Jetzt.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the first qualifier of the Clan Showdown tournament. Basically, what used to be the Clan Rival Series now has a new name and is better than ever. And I'm being joined here by Phil for our first match of the day, which is going to be the round of 32 match in between Trig and Tense. So, two fairly big names meeting pretty early within the tournament here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with only 3 brackets, the chances of teams that are, well, expected, I would say, to go at least to like the semifinals of a qualifier will sooner or later meet. But yeah, our maps for the first round, as you can see in the in the special battle window, we will start with Murovanka today, and that will be followed up by Fisherman's Bay, which is the first time actually we will have Fisherman's Bay in the tournament. And then the tiebreaker map, if we go that far, will be Himmelsdorf.
Also, for anyone that is watching, please, if you find any other streams, send them here in the chat so I can put them in brand sheet, which I will link, I guess, in like 10 minutes, so we can all have spoiler-free updates as to what's happening.
Yep. I guess you can also start a prediction for Trick versus Tense.
I'll just make it 10 minutes.
Perfect. I see there were some technical victories already, but not here, not now. We will start into the game with Tense versus Trick. We have double EBR on both sides. Tense is coming with a CS 60 and 3, 1279 on the side of Trick, 4279s, and a bunch of chieftains. I will quickly add the attack defense symbols as well, so you can see Tense is attacking. Yeah, and with all that being said, I guess we are ready for the first match. What's your prediction, Key?
I think we're gonna see a tense win 3-1.
Okay, then I will say Trick win 3-1.
All right, so there we go. The lines have been drawn, and yeah, we see the opening here by the attacking team of Tents. One EBR and the 0 RNG directly getting sent to the forest. The other EBR towards the left, together with a CS and one chieftain. But both teams here pretty aggressive towards the forest. Double 279, or actually double heavy tank by Trick getting sent towards the middle. But yeah, we are in for some pretty immediate engagement, I would say.
Yeah, you can see Toby in trouble there and Hero. They're directly driving forwards here, trying to secure the hull down positions, trying to spot out what is coming. If we take a look, you can see right now this is the perspective that the blue team has, and everything there, the complete heavy brawl, EXO, Iseni, QT Dory, everything is spotted. Yeah, and there is a big front of chieftains that has to be pushed if you want to win your attack here on this side. But I don't think that this is gonna happen anytime soon.
Yeah, at the moment here, the Trick Tank's in sort of a little crossfire because Tens took the positions at the lower side. This is sparking them into a reaction. Now, Samu, the first one to go in, a lot of damage taken here for the side of the red team. Suomit O is able to put in nice crossfire while in the middle of the map, we can see the Tens tanks also advancing, trying to engulf the Chieftain and the 279. Their first kill actually going in favor of Trick here, but immediately answered. The score now 1-1 counter push underway by Tens in the forest here. But yeah, it's a free-for-all at the moment.
Yeah, Danny a bit separated, and I feel like the Trick repush is just tiny bit too late. NK and Best Spiller in their 279s completely out of game. They're just running around like headless chickens there. Now, it looks like the game has stabilized with pretty much even tanks and even HP. If Little Dory and QT hashtag can be caught out by the red tanks that are surrounding them right now, we might see Trick coming back. But right now, Tens with a slight advantage.
And indeed, with a slight advantage. Also, if you take a look at the map, there's still a lot of tanks out of game. Once they join into the fray here and Trig is not able to eliminate the tanks in the forest first, that's going to spell dire times here for the team of Trig. And indeed, finally, MB is there already with his EBR, foreshadowing what's going to come. Ola there coming with the 279, also Timothy with the CS coming in. And yeah, the Trig tanks now down 2k HP here, down a lot of tanks, only one EBR remaining for the team of Trig. It seems like Tents just pulled it into their favor here with superior player skill. I think also the superior positions, basically the tank on the lower side, Somedo, the chieftain there, he just made
I think
Trig
that's
have to do a
Triaderino,
push
isn't
they
it?
didn't want to.
Yeah, so Triaderino, if you're in the chat, then raise your voice now if that was you. I think it's his second account, but I might be mistaken there. Yeah, so last EBR standing here from the side of... look at the rank camo from the side of Trick. And yeah, that means that we are in perfect way to go for both our results. So 3-1 and 1-3, both still possible.
Who would have guessed it would be possible after one round?
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess
Pretty fast attack victory actually here for Tens on Morrow.
Yeah, for sure. That's also one thing that will not matter this time. We will run the games directly after each other without tiebreaker being needed. But yeah, we'll quickly ready up first. Yeah, 1-0 for Tens. And we can see here good damage by the chieftains that were driving in first there. Maybe we can take a look at the other results as well. Okay, wire. That's a lot of technicals.
Yeah, I guess the first actual results are Tilt clapping Casper 1-0 here.
Yeah, I think.
And the other Tilt team with the victory over GKOB is sort of expected for both of them. We just saw Trig against Tens 1-0 for the side of Tens, and Pure, the Goodnight team, winning out against Sandy so far.
Exactly. Yeah, so a lot of games obviously happening in the first round at the same time. So we will have a bit more focus on those rounds whenever there is a more controllable number of games at the same time.
All right. Now, obviously, the question, will Trig be able to come back after this game? I mean, 1-0 in a best of 5 is not too problematic yet, but the way, basically, in which Trig lost this first round does not lead me to suspect good fate for them here. It never looked like they were able to retaliate. Tens just had the upper hand in the whole rest of the map while being able to hold on in the forest, despite having lesser numbers there. We'll see.
Yeah, 50 seconds left until the next game starts. 3.5 minutes playing time in the first run.
As I said, that's actually pretty big on Morrow to win out that fast if we go to a tiebreaker. Second map was Fisher? Let me check.
Yeah, it should be Fisherman's.
Yeah, Fisherman's second map. I mean, Fisherman's is also a pretty slow map. So, I mean, it can be. Obviously, it can also be a fast one, but yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty excited to see Fisherman's actually, because so far I think we only had the VODs of the Aria teams playing on it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll see what the teams have cooked up there. All of that aside, we are headed into round number 2, though, in between Trig and Tens. Tens obviously up 1-0, now on the defending side here, and they are doing so with 1279, 9907, triple EBR rest Chiefs, while Trig, on the other hand, heavy Russian power, 4279s, then also triple EBR and rest Chiefs, so no 907s for Trig here.
Yeah, also interesting that both teams started with double EBR and now they both increased to triple EBR.
Information is what wins you the game, I guess.
Yep. So let's take a look at the EBRs. How are they spreading out? So you can see here Tens, one in the middle, one towards the forest, and Dois towards the 1-2-3 line. On the other side we have similar situation. Kriya and Ayseni here on the forest side, while Meheske is chilling on F1.
Mm-hmm.
Can take a look at what exactly was spotted by the EBR. So you can see 279 is spotted, the double EBR is spotted, but so far not much more info.
Yeah, I mean, things will start to, I guess, heat up once the chieftains by tens have arrived in the forest. Right now, they're sort of spreading out there, taking the positions that last round we saw Trick take, but there is no heavy forest commitment this time by the side of the attacking team. Pretty curious stuff here with triple 279 in the middle. I mean, yeah, they established middle presence, I guess, but what are they going to do with it? Like, that's such a heavy commitment into there by tanks, which cannot really move out of there. If they get spotted, they will take damage for leaving.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one thing that they can do is to rotate into this direction and join some push that is going over the 2 line in a clockwise rotation, but it looks like the right now attacking team with Trick here is somehow setting up for some trap here. You can see the triple chieftain, probably only one or two of them is currently spotted. Then you have this very typical position that can double bush through all this area here. But yeah, Tens is on the defending side, so all those chieftains that you can see here line up on the E890 positions, they are not in any need of pushing.
I mean, what I find interesting is that Tense is basically completely giving up the eastern side. Yes, they have an EVR to passive spot there at the moment, but he doesn't really have support. Like the double 907, I think they can possibly rotate over, but what are they gonna achieve there? They're just gonna die. So I don't think they're even gonna rotate in case some 1-2 push would hit right now by the side of Trig. And yeah, I guess Trig strangely passive here. They have to make something happen, and they have committed some tanks to K90 to possibly wait for a push down the 90 line by the attackers, but I don't really see that happening. Like, Trig is not applying any pressure anywhere that would force Tens into any kind of a reaction. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we will need to see what exactly happens there. But right now, both teams very passively approaching this game. I'm not sure why Trick decided to not do anything so far, but I guess they're trying to see if maybe Tents wants to repush on the eastern flank, and they are saying, well, we have 10 minutes for the game. Why do we have to finish it after 3.5 again?
I guess after 3.5 minutes now being played, we have to congratulate both teams for the high player skill. No damage taken yet on both sides, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, a lot of action going on, as you can see. But I guess finally some sort of action is going to come here. Best Spieler for the side of Trig is getting sent forwards towards the forest with his 279. Will probably try to get some information here. Little does he know, Envy is in the lower bush there with the EBR. And yeah. Oh, Envy now finally getting spotted, has to run. I think he should
No,
have done
he's
that
not
earlier.
spotted.
He's not spotted?
Yeah, you can
Was
see.
that a blind shot?
You can
Crazy.
see right now that he's trying to get up his gun to protect his cupola. That was the weird camera movement in the first person view. But yeah, Spieler has actually not spotted MV. I guess now he is spotted. He was only spotted while leaving. But yeah, so because of the triple 279 difference, so you have 3 more of those, and I guess also because of them having HP bar like 100 and something, 110 or 50 in the case of Sylvester more. You just have some more HP in total.
Oh, I
Plus
think we
obviously the
can see Svit
907s.
right now rotating here. No config on the 279. He's going to be mad about that one.
Yep.
Well, I guess if we see his turret pop off here, Svit is going to have a smile on his face.
Right now the cupola was penetrated. I mean, not that much happening right now. You can see on the mini map a whole bunch of tanks that were previously positioned here in the middle were now pulled towards this side, and we should sooner or later expect a push in that direction.
I guess the lackluster presence of 10s in the middle of the map, allowing the 279s to actually rotate out without taking damage, so that's good for the side of Trig. But I am still doubtful if they can completely overpush it there. They need to do some like concentrated overpush to immediately bag in the 4 or 5 chieftains that are very, very close to them, and not take a lot of damage from all the tanks that are parked in the back. But I think that's going to be very, very hard to pull off. Yeah, finally the push comes. It all depends on when it will get spotted. So that's going to be an interesting thing here for the side of 10s. But I think there's just too many guns in the game at the moment
Well, you have
for
two
10s.
907s at the A6, A5, A7 area there, plus the 279 in the middle. So maybe the push is coming at a good timing, but it looks like right now it's first to decide on who is getting the big salvo at the beginning. 2 fame for you, dropping first, Fluffy Lions in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, Fluffy Lions even peeking with his back over the ridge to make sure everyone can bring their DPM to bear on him. But yeah, so far initial success, 3 kills in quick succession here for the side of Trig. And Somido, I guess that's Kevin, he's going to be the 4th one to drop, so actually gun advantage for the side of Trig. And also look at the HP, 4 to 5k here at the moment. So I guess all the tanks in the back by 10s weren't really able to shoot. Daddy Funky is going to be the next one to drop, and that makes only 10 tanks here remaining, out of which only 7 are combat vehicles, really, for the side of 10s. The push on the 0 line, it has no brakes here on this train. It's just going to keep on going, while in the forest, I don't really see any chance for 10s here to generate any kind of gun advantage. The only option for the defenders right now possibly being an attempted cap or running away, but with 2.5 minutes, I think Trig is coming back.
Yeah, I mean, Hero has one shot now, Timothy in front of 6 enemy vehicles. And if we take a look at the middle area, Sylvester and Exo are cleaning up the last 279 of 10s there. 4 vehicles remaining, of which 3 of them are EBRs. I mean, let's see if they can run for 2 minutes, but I don't really think that's going to happen.
I highly doubt the possibility. As you can see on the minimap at the moment, a lot of the chieftains just fanning out here for Trig, methodically clearing every possible position. And even if they don't find them, they can still cap. Yes, 10s still have a full HP 907, but against 14 guns, 2300 HP are not going to survive for long.
You can see right now cap is being started. So far, only victory and the chieftain dropped. Still 3 EBRs, even though they are one shot. I mean, it doesn't really matter for spotting that much. So yeah, MV taking another shot, 3k HP left. Ayseni here finishing up the next shot. Meheske in the south, making sure that Little Dodi has nowhere to run, and now even Carry with a remaining 1.8k HP will be taken down. I don't think he can survive that for a full minute, especially with the cap circle running as well. 1-1 will be the score after this round, and guess what? Both our predictions are still in the run.
And I have to say, that looked very, very good by Trig. Or, on the other hand, you could say it looked pretty bad by 10s. Like, just getting caught off guard by a push like this, super weird.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, in my opinion, there were a lot of tanks in the back. Thanks, Piotr, for the raid in 10 minutes.
Yeah, you need to write in chat if you want to thank him now. But yeah, 1-1 all tied up in between both of those teams. Let's check the other results. Tilt Fists taking the pre-expected 2-0 above G-Cob. Then we have Quick coming in with a win 1-0 here against AAD, and Pure Goodnight against Sandy now 2-0, and the raid team from Tilt with a 2-0 as well against their respective opponent. And Tilt Fists and Pure Goodnight 3-0 for both of those. So they advance to the round of 16. Yeah, now it's gonna get exciting because we're hopping over to Fisherman's Bay, a map that I'm not sure if it has on EU ever been in the map pool for any kind of clan tournaments. At least it hasn't been for a long time.
I don't think it was ever in the pool. I think we had Redshire in the pool. We had Molly in the pool in the past. But yeah, we didn't have any. No, we didn't have any Fisherman's Bay before. I was just scrolling through my documents and I didn't see anything. So we always had Cliff beside Soldiers of Fortune finals and Rise of the Machines. We always had Ensk. Obviously, we always had Himmelsdorf. We had Karelia during Paysafe Card Clan Rivals. Live Oaks is in since the second tournament, so it was only missing in Clan Scuffle. We had 2 tournaments where we had mines in the pool, one of them being Clan Scuffle and the other one being Rise of the Machines. Murovanka wasn't always in the pool, but was added, I think, like within Rise of the Machines, so like 1.5 years ago. We had 1 tournament with Redshire, that was the first Clan Rivals tournament. We had 2 tournaments with Serene Coast and 1 tournament with Westfield.
All right, 20 seconds to go. Let's take a sneak peek at the lineup here. I see 1-260 coming in, and
I see
double 260 actually. 1 CS, a 907, double EBR. Going to be interesting. Also the 279s, there are some certain positions on Fisherman's Bay which can be very interesting in 279s. Let's see if the teams know about them.
Yeah, I mean, there's
double
also
STRV, all right.
There's also the boost in the city, so I guess we will potentially see that one as well. Keep in mind, Trick again on the defending side, so they will...
you another 8. Or did you just say that and I was brain AFK?
Yeah, I just wrote that in the chat.
Okay. All right, yeah, so we see the double STRV coming in by the defending side of Trick. That's going to be very, very interesting. There are some pretty good positions in A1 in which STRVs, if you fell some trees, can be what feels like almost invincible when you're trying to approach the 1 line. All of that said and done, though, we do see WBR by Trick getting sent towards the middle. Sort of a 1-line commitment by one of the 10 CBRs, and here we have the Halloween skin for the Manticore. Kreia showing off here with that slide, using the handbrake immediately, goes to wank in a bush, and Deus is going to go spot out the 1 line in his EBR, and he's immediately going to meet Mehechka here. Mehechka opting to drop out, or actually opting to drop to take a shot, dropping down to 935. Other shots missing him, so Mehechka getting a lot of info, I would say, just by the volume of fire that was directed towards his direction, taking another shot for his troubles, and immediately some kind of counter reaction here with a push coming in by Trick. The question is, are they going to stop or are they just going to push through? They are going for the latter, Mehechka being the first one to get picked up, and Toby seems to be in trouble there.
Yeah, Toby in trouble is exactly where he wants to be. Sitting in his 907 in front of 5 incoming heavy tanks. You can see it, Samu a bit delayed, but the first wave of heavies is hitting him right now. He drops to 1.2, 800, and that looks like it's a short game for him. Back to the garage, my friend. And yeah, the Trick push is rolling. They're roughly 1.5k HPs down, but they're on the defending side, and if they can get some map control, that this HP difference can for sure be balanced out again.
Talking about the map control, though, if you take a look at the map, there's only 2279 and Monty in the middle here, and everyone else from Trig is on the 1-2 line. There seems to be some sort of camp with the STRBs basically being there to stabilize and stop any AB line commitment, which obviously the Manticore should see. And Tens, they recognize that they would inflict crucial damage here if the 1-2 line push by Trig would be continued. So that side is stabilized, and now they're just taking 890 for free, or at least that's what they should do with the CS and the 279. Obviously, they don't know as much as we do. They don't know everything is completely clear. But yeah, Mark getting sent forward is going to confirm that momentarily. Once again, no config on the 279. I want to see some turrets flying here.
Yeah, I mean, sooner or later, I'm pretty sure we will see that happening. Obviously, this push, very crucial here. So MV will be able to, I can quickly mark that on the minimap, spot everything that is basically moving on the A line, especially if it's not some light tank. But I guess with Kriya being positioned here, that is somewhat intended and somewhat expected from the Trick team. So yeah, Trick now down 2.5k HP. I would say that's not like commanding deficit, especially with the two SDRVs here sitting in the corner waiting to apply fire onto everything that is moving.
Yeah, did you see the loadout basically of the Manticore, the modules he has?
That is
Ooh, even coming in with the binoculars, so maximizing on view range here. Low noise exhaust.
I guess to avoid being proxied by someone that has, but avoid being spotted by anything out of proxy. So the only reason for that taking that and being in the bush is that the bush concealment value is reduced by the CVS from an EBR, and you can basically work against that by adding more camouflage on top.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, as we were expecting, the blue tanks are somewhat closing in. 4 minutes were played so far, and yeah, they obviously have the information now that the remaining red tanks are within, I would say, this part of the map. Obviously, they right now have a lot of positions to cover where the Manticore could be. But what is more interesting now is how the 279s in the middle will hold up here. You can see 1279 taking cover here, trading some shots with Hero, and Hero does not look like he is winning this trade, even though he is slightly above non-mistake here, but well, as the name suggests, he's not doing any of them. Yeah, Marches was dropped in his 279. That's the one that you can see here. And they traded that against Toby from the beginning and Mareske from the first EBR spots. 1-2 in kills and half of the time being over. I would say so far, if one team doesn't want to play actively on Fisherman's Bay, it doesn't seem to be possible to directly push. But now you can see MV here having control over the field, while Deus might be the one that will be sent for the suicide runs.
Yeah, I guess Deus is going to take that responsibility on his shoulders. But yeah, the position of the Manticore is actually super good here, because he will just spot any kind of approach towards the A5 bushes, which would make the EBR safe again to maybe spot the STRVs or the Chieftains camping. But yeah, since it's STRVs there in the back, they should be able to hit him. Now Deus going forward here. Finally he's spotted, so he did get spotted for approaching that. That's crucial.
It was 4 shots coming in and only one of them hitting.
Yeah, also both of the STRVs taking damage for some reason. Did they pile up on top of each
other or something like that?
Alright, so Deus trying to clear out whatever he can here, down to a 2-shot, though needs to be careful not to take more damage from non-mistake in his 279. One of the Chieftains is going to overpeak and get the kill and confirm it here, so yeah, in terms of being worth it, not sure about that one.
Well, right now we're talking about roughly let's be optimistic and say 3k HP advantage. Well, now with Trick taking another HE shell, that's 3k advantage for tens. But yeah, the time is ticking. 3 minutes left on the board. And
well, you should check Discord, but do that after the game is done.
I wrote Ducky already.
Okay.
But yeah, so 3k HP difference, and we will see if the time is enough.
To be honest, I think that A-line push by tents, it's going to get slaughtered by the STRVs if they try to go. Like, yes, it's a 279, but...
Well, we can see there are basically 2 pushes being
take a
lined
look
up
at the
right
1-2
now.
line. I think push is coming there.
So Timothy taking the first chunk here, Fluffy Lions being the next one. Timothy actually on fire and not in a good way. Little Noni now driving in, looks like a bit uncoordinated because his teammates are not following. Victory there, dropping. Do
That is me.
1K?
Little Nogi is that's literally me in any advance ever. But yeah, obviously the STRVs from the A1 position, they're able to put in a lot of damage, and Little Nogi the only one to actually drive to a position where he couldn't be hit. Meanwhile, all of the other tanks here in full assault onto the entrenched positions of Trick, but they're taking so much damage for it. Such a heavy toll being inflicted. Finally, one of the STRVs does get spotted, the other one also taking a hit. But yeah, meanwhile, the 1-2 line has been completely won by the Trick tanks, so there is going to be crossfire coming in onto all of those tanks trying to peek onto the A1 positions. I guess one of the SRBs is going to fall momentarily, but the gun advantage is going to pull it home here for the side of Trick. So with a comeback here, turning a 0-1 deficit into a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction is still staying strong, but
I guess mine is in Bob Ross style ruined, and there's no saving that one.
yeah.
So
But yeah,
yeah.
I wouldn't say that was very convincing. I felt like it was more tense, being a bit uncoordinated here and there, maybe dropping a couple HP too early at some points. But in the end, a win is a win, doesn't matter how dirty it was. And even if MV is trying to show off all his EBR racing skills here, that will not lead to a different result.
So yeah, I guess Trick showing us how to park the bus on Fisherman's, and for the next round, I guess we have to see Pence defending themselves against a match point here by Trig, and we'll see if they opt to do the same, to do their team name proud or not. Quick, meanwhile, 2-0 over AAD. Are there more results? I think the raid one, yeah. Both of the Tilt teams making it through the first round.
I would say that was somewhat to be expected.
Possibly.
Aye, 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 aye.
All right. Yeah, taking a quick look at the post-battle result screen, I guess 279s are good tanks in the hands of Trick players. First 5 by XP actually being the 279s. Only marches there. A bit on the lower end of things. Yeah, the STRBs actually not dealing as much damage as I expected. I thought they would have more time to basically dish out damage before they would get spotted, but yeah, weird.
Yeah, we can take a look at the shots here. I mean, obviously that's a lot of blind shots for EBRs.
Although best Spieler did like 20-15-8 in STRV. That's also
yeah.
23-12-7. I feel like the pen ratio could be better.
Yeah, on the other hand, if you consider that some of that were probably the Hellbound chieftains directly in front of them, so there's like a very small cupola to hit while the tank is moving. But yeah, in the end, it was enough. Both of them survived. Both of them did decent amounts of damage, even though it's not like outstanding. I would like to see 2K spotting by the Manticore. I mean, Maheske died pretty early, and he actually has only one enemy vehicle spotted. So I guess that didn't work out for him. Dois with 3K spot and 7 enemy vehicles spotted. Most of them were probably directly at the beginning, and then 2-3 at the push in. And yeah, MV with 500 spot as well, but obviously him dealing 2k damage contributes as well.
Yes, now is the time to say thank you to Alessa in chat.
Yeah, Alessa, Saka, Sigo, everyone. Guys, what is up here?
But yeah, let's hop into what might be the final round of this game here, which is starting now in between Trick and Tense. Trick obviously on a match point here, 2-1 in the best of 5. However, it's going to be Tense now defending on Fisherman's. And so far, the amount of STRVs we're seeing exceeds my expectations. Triggs, once again, bringing an STRV, this time on their attacking side. Quintuple 279 WBRS Chiefs, and meanwhile, for the side of Tents, we have one Leo, 1907 WEBR, 4 Chiefs, and the rest is also Russian heavy tank power 279.
Yeah, I mean, the Leopard somewhat works in the way you want to use your Leo as well. Timothy here with a lot of standard APCR, but the Leopard is not really lacking ammo, so I guess he will be good to go. Dois deciding to go for a gun rammer setup this game instead of another spotting module. Usually you tend to see the how is it called? Low noise exhaust system. Yeah, low noise exhaust system. Often even in the bounty variant. But yeah, you can see a lot of red tanks. Trick being red, obviously, being gathered there at the H2 position and are now pushing in. Actually, a decent timing for them if they really want to push further, because Dois is just pulling out. And yeah, in the meantime, let's not try to.
I mean, this is actually
Forget about
interesting
that.
what's happening. Basically, Tense is saying we don't need the 1-2 line at all. We have one Leo in the back, WBR to cover the spots, and now 1-2 line is being taken here by Trig. Meanwhile, the city completely being pushed out by the Chieftains from Tense that are at the moment out of the game. They are going to meet a 279 plus one more tank in the K6 position. But at the moment, it seems like Tense is basically trying to take the middle, get some angles to crossfire the 279s that Trig has left there, but they need to be careful because the clockwise rotation by Trig is coming in. They're taking the 1-2 line for free, now doing some damage on the 279s that Tense has posted in the middle. So yeah, it's basically who is faster with taking better angles, and Nogi and Foppy, they are now the ones to make it happen here for Tense. Zero RNG, the first one to drop out of the battle, getting picked up by NK, and the double 279 behind the stone. I mean, Dunny has a pretty good position so far, still very healthy, but non-mistake. Not sure if he lives up to his name. He's down to one shot.
Yeah, I mean, Non-Mistake took a lot of shots from the middle, and you can see the first HEs are being spammed onto him. 29 damage, 45. That should be one or two more HEs. One, to be exact, and Dunny will be alone there. Yeah, let's switch back to the middle brawl and see what exactly is happening there. You can see a lot of angles now here established by Trick. The EBR Meheska is trying to get some further information, pushing back the Leopard there, but yeah, in the middle, the HPs are still slightly in favor for the side of Tens, and they don't have to move if they don't want to.
I mean, Smee needs to be a little careful with his 713, but so far, the damage flying all over the place does favor Tense significantly.
Yeah, and from
HP.
roughly 2k, they went up to roughly 4k HP. If NK drops his remaining 100 HP, there will also be a tank up. So, looks pretty good for them.
Yup, 55 more damage here being dealt to NK, down to 51 is he. So I guess within the next shot, he might actually bite the dust here. Sylvester also taking another unnecessary shot here. Smee tries to put in one more, but fails to do so.
I think Dois tried to, or decided that he won't make a run, so he was approaching it and then just drove into the building. But yeah, Toby and Trouble should be able to cover the same position with his 907. I guess they're trying to blind shot Meheska there. Dani being dropped now as well on the other side. We can see little Nogi down here to 600, but having the position and also this double 279 here can be used as some kind of hull down or as some kind of hard cover.
I guess we're gonna have to watch the A-line momentarily, because that is where the Trick tanks are being amassed, and I guess they will try to eliminate the presence that Tents have in A6 and A7, but at what cost is gonna be the question, because at some point or another they should get spotted here, and then the 279s and Chieftains that Tents have in the middle should be dishing out damage on this cross. So far, the double Chieftain, they're waiting for their two more brethren here, but now once Samu is there, I think the trigger is going to get pulled and the push is going to be made. At the moment, Deo's not really spotting the A-line here. He's more concerned with dealing damage, but he should be concerned with giving the spots, which finally they come in, and now the 907 and the EBR, they will have to try to run. I don't think the Leopard is going to get out. That is, of course, if the tanks actually make it across, which Blizzard has not.
Yeah, but good decision by Blizzard. He, as you could see, he was down to like 200 HP and then decided, okay, I will still use my repair kit. I will not drive forward, but drive out of the way. So Marches, Samu, and Onk were not blocked by him. One more shot should be possible. Oh, great shot here onto the EBR. Yeah, I would have liked Samu to push him a bit more and a bit earlier. So maybe the shot could have been prevented, but overall Trick on 6k HP versus 14k on the side of Tens. Tens now you can see the blue wave in the middle, also completely over pushing there with some even full HP 279s, Exo completely alone. And even though Kriya in his STRV is still untouched and yeah, might actually be able to farm a couple more shots of damage, I don't think that this will make a big difference anymore.
The STRV probably steaming hot gun right now. Kriya here trying to save what can be saved, but it's not going to be a big secret to you. There is not a lot that he will be still able to do about the outcome of this round. So Fisherman's Bay, both of the teams managing to convert their defense. And now it comes down to the thing we said earlier, right? There was a pretty fast Maravanka attack by Tens, so it's them probably deciding.
There is no decision on the tiebreaker.
There is no decision?
No, it's just Himmelsdorf.
Un Luco Maluco.
Yeah, so we picked maps that are not defensive based to prevent waiting times. So obviously that drops a slight bit in, let's call it, competitiveness of the individual matches, but that obviously goes in favor for the teams that were convincingly winning a 3-0 and are now waiting. So Kriya, I mean, what is your judgment there? 22 shots fired, 14 penetrated. Is that?
I stand with my point. I feel like the pen ratio could be better, but at least hey, the damage is good. 5.3k is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't judge on the 279 pen rates because they were for sure shooting a couple of HEs onto the Howldown 279s in the back and to the Howldown Chieftains on the other side. But yeah, overall, I would say we had 4 convincing rounds.
By either team, that's the interesting thing.
2 by either team. And I'm not sure if there's like the end already.
Well, at least I can take pride in the fact that not only is my prediction ruined, yours is too now.
Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, this is the last round of this is the last game of round 1 of the round of 32. But if you want, we can quickly go through the results that are already.
I mean, yeah, I think the only new result was Quick defeating AAD 3-0.
Yeah, exactly. So Alert lost 3-0 against Vita. Quick won 3-0. Pedro Goodnight won 3-0 against Sandy. Solve lost 3-0 against KR-2T, also called D Wilden.
God, no.
Scorp lost 3-0 against GTDX. Wire won against EXI. Tilt Fists won against GCOP. We talked about that earlier. LPCS. That's, by the way, the clan in which the amazing sub-donator from earlier is playing in. Won against Monit, also called Papatas Motinares. Or
Papatas Motinares.
Something like that.
D.
Casper lost against the raid team, also playing from Tilt this time, not from Tens this time. And Enjoy won against Seleni. Yeah.
All right,
we are
we
starting
into
the last round of Trick versus Tens. Trick on the defending side, which isn't really any advantage on Himmelsdorf in my opinion. I mean, you
Yeah,
have a bit of an
if they draw it
advantage
out,
on the
then
hill.
both are out.
Exactly.
All right.
No, if they draw it out, then Trick won.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's
I thought.
that's the tournament format.
Oh, okay.
But
Well-
yeah, double 50B versus no 50B. One team has decided to not bring any of them, but Trick coming with a big chunk of 279s. Each team has a CS63. I guess we will follow on what they are doing. One CS actually, surprisingly, I would say, on the 3 line, while you would expect them to have the bit quicker lineup. But yeah, that can obviously always be a bait as well. You can see, I don't know, like 2/3 of all tanks driving into what it looks like the 2-3 line right now.
I guess rails are meta.
But yeah, the CS now reached the hill, should be able to provide information on that.
Alright.
And that's
Commitment being done here by the side of Trig. They are crossing over the 3 line right now, taking some damage, but not really a lot. I guess Timothy is going to be a very crucial factor here. If he manages to stay alive for a long time, he can do a lot of cross shots, but there is double 279 approaching his position here.
Smee
2
also
more
good
chieftains being
reaction
sent
there.
over.
Already taking the hull down. Nogi and To Fame for You taking a couple of shots each. But
Danny taking heavy
HPs
punishment there at the
are
corner, down to 110.
dropping a
Also,
lot.
Timothy already down and out of the game. And now it's all going to be about individual trades and angle. In comes the repush by the Tense guys through the 3 line here. They're going to try to overpower Blizzard and his 279 here, while March is trying to find Mark there near the courtyard. But basically Blizzard here in between a rock and a hard place. But this is only springing the Trig guys into action on the 1 line, where also they are advancing. Probably a clusterfuck of emotions on both of the team speaks here at the moment, as kills are dropping left and right. But the HP, they're sort of close as well.
Yeah, I mean, HPs are close towards 1k plus minus 500, 700. Now you can see Kunik there trying to pull back from Daddy Funky. He still has his CS63. Good shot onto Marcade's Arty from the bottom, dropping now to a 1-shot. But yeah, everywhere is a lot of trading happening. Trick with a slight HP advantage now, but EXO is being pushed by the 50Bs. Daddy and Daddy Fappy and Fluffy Lions pushing in, both being dropped towards a 1-shot. Samu a 1-shot as well now. This game is neck on neck, but the HPs are in favor of Trick.
The HPs are favoring Trig right now, but keep in mind 2k of those HP are at the moment bound on the hill, where the CS is now finally trying to drive off to basically find an impact into this game. Meanwhile, though, the kills just going Trig's way over and over and over, and Tense, they are facing elimination down to 4 tanks, 2 50Bs, but both of them very low HP, so they can't really make their clips count. And yeah, Hero dropping down to a 1-shot as well here. Mehechka in his 279 with 1400 HP here still can just power over and power through the clip of Daddy Fappy, who is desperately trying to make his shots count, and he pens a surprising lot of them against the 279 front. But yeah, now he's reloading. Fluffy Lions also a 1-shot, and Tense are looking into the grim reality of being eliminated in the first round here. Well, at least they didn't have to, stay awake for a long time. Maybe they will join the stream and watch.
Yeah, I mean, Sandman is coming in 15 minutes, so they didn't want to miss that one.
Santa is also coming. So,
yeah, Center is also coming. Yeah, 15-9 in the end. Trick winning 3-2, so no correct scores by neither of us, but at least I predicted the right team.
I guess I keep on cursing teams left and right wherever I go.
We can take a quick look at the post-game stats here. Daddy Fappy, you were praising him, but no.
I mean, 12-12-10 is okay when there's a lot of 279s involved, I would say.
Especially compared to his friend here, Fluffy Lions 6-5-3. That's a bit of a disappointing result. But
Keep talking him.
Iseni, I would say decent result, 3 kills and 7 penetrations coming from the hill. There were a lot of shots onto only very minor parts of tanks visible, trying to wiggle back and forth into the window and out of the window positions. But yeah, I have to say Trick you could say, had a bit of an advantage being the defending team, but they brought the action. And yeah, especially compared to the Fisherman's Bay game where they were just sitting in the back being the defending team, they now were showing that they can also play the other way.
If you want to phrase it positively, they displayed great skill both at offensive and defensive tactics.
Exactly. That means Trick makes it through round 1. And I guess we can take a quick look at which teams are facing each other in the next round. Let me.
Yeah, I guess you can actually take a look at the tournament bracket. So that way we can also make a poll as to who to spectate next.
Yep. I hope that this will work now. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so there's no need to see that.
Oh, actually Storm against Goodnight.
Yeah, so I guess that could be one of the matches to watch. So I will quickly do that and change that to English. So we have Vacho in the first match against Die Wilden von KR2T. Not sure who is playing in this team. If
but I
there's
think
any
in Storm
German
against
superstars.
Yeah, I think in Storm against Pure, it's actually going to be Barbarian streaming, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
no need to cover that. Okay.
So, yeah. Licht, I think Risikogruppe Alkohol is STRGX.
Good lord.
LTW3 versus Viter. Viter coming off a convincing victory against Alert. About versus DZ Tankers. Onyx versus Quick. Daily versus Untitled Team B. Small disclaimer, I'm not sure if that's actually the second team. It's just the team that registered second. Yeah, you could see here Trick winning against Tens, now directly facing the next German team with All In. I heard that All In is this time a bit of an All In plus OM mix, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't want to watch Trick another time after we just saw them playing. Also, German match here, Bione versus Chess. Then we have, I don't know, I guess that could be their name, against GTDX, Omgot versus PFRO, and then Enway against Wire. What do we think about that?
Who is Wire?
They're also on the global map.
Okay. Oh, they have Badger. Oh god.
Okay. Doc21 against CSA. I have to say, Doc has a much longer clan name, so CSA might be in a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to that. Atom versus Tilt Fists. I would say Tilt should be able to go through that round. And Mirko with a Q against D3D. Group number 3 will be Pearl against LPCS, Reloaded versus Orzel, Beyond versus Until Team A, Kings versus NH, Devi versus Raid. That could be a match to watch. 3PX versus Sixth Sense, and Rodiv versus Enjoy, while the Vachu mix team is
Orzel
playing
was Nomi,
Glass.
right?
Exactly, Orzel is Nomi. So I would say we decide between Devi versus Raid. I don't know, Reloaded versus Orzel. I don't think it's that interesting.
So I have Enway versus Vire, Reload versus Orzel, and Devi versus Tiltrate so far.
I mean, the Storm match will be casted anyway, and maybe we can watch them against maybe against Axel in the semifinals or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess we will make a vote between the 3 teams that we just discussed. In the meantime, we will jump into a small break. I think the next games will start in 17 minutes, so everyone can grab whatever they like to drink in the break time, and we will be back. in a moment.
All right, so see you guys.
Well, we are back, everyone. You guys decided that we will watch Davy versus Raid. And yeah, the predictions were first very much in favor of Tilt, then somewhat even out, and then went, I would say, like 40-60 right now. Yeah, first map, Himmelsdorf. We can already see here double 50B, 1 CS, 1 E4, an E100, and a couple of 279s and Chiefs. We saw a lot of interesting pushes coming in from Team Raid through the crowd, through the courtyard, through the I don't know, like rails into buildings coming from the attacking side against some camps as well. I'm not sure exactly who is the main leader in Raid right now, because Smiley was not playing with them in the last tournament and is now back in Raid. Maybe it's him, maybe it's a mix of Cardium and him again, or Pfeiltastenkorn is also doing some stuff there. But anyway, we are in the game, and
obviously it is one game where both teams have won Golden Fists before, so prior tournament winners battling it out against each other. The mostly German team of Raid here coming in with a lot of 279s, 1 CS, 1 E4 as you mentioned, rest Chieftains, and Davy here with a double B, 1 E100, 1 CS, 1 E4 as well, and yeah, some Chieftains, some 279s.
Yeah, I really like to see my good old friend, the E100.
Did we make predictions yet? Because I was gonna say Raid 3-1.
Yeah, I don't really disagree in that regard. So I guess we can focus on the prediction of the community while we are aligning our opinion this time. But
so yeah, once again, heavy rail commitment by both teams, even more so by Raid, the attackers here in this matchup. Davy sending some forces to the hill with the double 50B, the 1 CS, 1279. Immediately Destroyer here with the CS going through the courtyard to take some close positions here to Tuxi, and the 279 trend is rolling here on the 2 and 3 line for the German side of Raid. They're coming in strong here, but they're going to be met with fierce resistance by the Balkanistas here, who do spot out all of what they need to. Smiley taking a first big hit by the E4 into the front of his 279. Timmy also getting pummeled down here, 890 damage taken, and now the tanks immediately cross over, so the 3 line being left open here by the team of Raid. Just Lemmy going to the hull down, Alexandros taking a lot of damage, and obviously the 279s, they need to unangle to cross into the open, but once they have managed that, they should have the crossfire. Davy obviously reacting in fashion. They're trying to deny this crossfire here. Ratatsong, that's shifted, taking a lot of damage into the back of his 279. And yeah, the HP so far looking good for Raid, 2k up.
Yeah, Raid 2k up, also decent positions now. Keep in mind how much HP is out of the game right now. 3 full HP tanks on the 0 line. They're not spotted, so Raid doesn't know that they're exactly out of game, but that's 7k HP missing, and Davy is dropping further and further HP. Tuxi being picked up now by Hannes. And yeah, I'm not sure if it's a good idea of Dimi to drive in there just to put in one shot if he will be attacked by Aladdin and Magnus.
Yeah, Magic Duck taking a lot of damage here in this 50B. Obviously, Hannes doesn't know if he can really peek here. Does put in one more nice shot into the back of Magic Duck, who actually gets blocked by Dimi here. I think Magic Duck now sort of trying to make a hold down for his chieftain buddy. Maja Barovic probably able to put in one more shot. Meanwhile, though, the cap has been going on, unbeknownst to all of us. This is why Raid has to desperately try to get back tanks now to their own cap. It's going to be Destroyer who will have to make the reset shot. 1 second here, but he does get it, putting it back up to 10 seconds. So yeah, crisis averted for the German team at the moment, but it's not going to be averted for long, as now the Davy tanks are pushing out of the cup onto Aladdin, getting pummeled in the back by Destroyer and Magnus, the Flex God. Not really sure who's going to win that engagement, but Aladdin is dropping here. That makes it a 3 versus 2. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, also heavy brawls going on.
That was a big blow up.
the e4 rerolls. I think he's going to turn the tide of battle at the cap here for Raid. And yeah, on the other side, we can see a K-line repush coming in now by Raid, who have the firm HP lead, 7k. So I guess they're going to pull this one home. But it was pretty close at one point in time at the cap.
Yeah, I mean, now you can see here Jakifa, Old Kings driving in, only 3 tanks left for Devi. Tito sitting in his E100, still 2.5k HP. I mean, I would say it was a decent try, but in the end, pretty clear result. Only 4 tanks dropped on the side of Raid. So, yeah, we will need to see if Devi can stand a chance in the next round.
Yeah, pretty fast 1-0 here for the side of Raid. And to be honest, I think in the end there would have even been 1 more second to bring the resets in. But still, yeah, fun game to watch here in between both of those teams as we take a quick look not only at the post-game battle stats, but also at the results that have been coming in. Thunder, so it is going to be Storm with some Legionnaires from the RU server. You should definitely check out Barbarian on YouTube if you want to watch that match. It's going to be those guys taking the 1-0 against Pure, Onyx losing out to Quick 0-1. Devi, we just saw dropping around against Tilt Raid. Vaku winning against Die Wilden von KR2T 1-0 here. Reload losing out against Orzel. Pearl taking the 1-0 over LPCS. And B1 losing against Chess 0-1 so far. And CSA seems to be taken up with technical victories at the moment. Same for Omgod against PFRO. Also, Excel technical victories against TGRS. About winning technicals against DZ. And yeah, I guess some more
3PX
technicals.
won against 6 cents just now. But yeah, so Himmelsdorf obviously only the first out of a maximum of 3 maps. So all of those games will be best of 5s. The next map will be Live Oaks with a tiebreaker being Cliff. And yeah, a lot of new maps in this round compared to what we saw before. Obviously, the tiebreaker before was also played like that. So yeah, some were technical victories of teams not attending, but beyond dropping the first round as well to Team A of Until, which I would say should be also a pretty even matchup. And you haven't readied up your spectator tanks.
Thank you very much. Oh yeah. Did we go over the battle results yet? I mean, yeah, not a lot to talk about. It was an all-out brawl in between both of the teams, so damage numbers not really, not really shining for either side. But it is worthy to mention Magic Duck here in his 50B. Only 2 shots done. That's normally not what you want to do in the 50B. I mean, yeah, he did try to make a hold down for his buddy, but that's not
he was
a position
fighting
you want to
against
be
Hannes,
in. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. He was facing off against Hannes, and no wonder.
I would say that not penetrated shot is more like a plus on Hannes' side than a minus on Magic Duck's side, because like Hannes in his, I don't even know what he was playing, Chieftain.
He was playing Chief,
probably
yeah.
Angled, yeah, exactly. Angled
Trick, yet another win.
But yeah, so Trick winning that should be their attack on Himmelsdorf.
Allowing through those German teams.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You can see Devi now on the attacking side, bringing 150B, 1 CS again against also CS on the side of Raid. Destroyer there was pushing into the courtyard at the beginning, and Old Kings plus Bunze in their 50Bs. Yeah. A lot of
round number 2.
Traditional 50B setups, I would say. And I would say so far on this map, very focused on 279s. Usually you tend to have seen like 2 or 3 of them, but now looks like teams decided to bring some more Russian steel.
Also, so far from the matches that we saw, the hill tends to get neglected a lot here, and yeah, Raid is doing that once again, not sending a single tank there, instead committing through the courtyard with double 279. It's going to be Mayo and Timmy doing that. Meanwhile, on the 1-2 line, Ricochet in this Chieftain, safely tucked in behind the rail cars, and yeah, Titus is good.
Svitman would be so happy to see here. Improved config, even the bond one plus HP boost. But Mayo fucked up with a
I'm back. Hello.
Yeah. Welcome back. I just said that Mayo fucked up with a selection of the dual modifications for the field mods. But yeah, now we can see Destroyer and Ricochet there on the one line pushing into Ratatsong, while Smiley, Lemmy, Jakifa, Alexandros, and Kalium and Magnus in the second line are pushing into Ghost, Phoenix, and Alpha. Now a big brawl is happening. Raid slightly down on HP, but they have to utilize all their tanks now. And there are some tanks out of the game for Devi, who is now dropping a lot. You can see the big red drop there in the top left corner. Lemmisaurus and Jakifa seem to have cornered Phoenix and Ghost, while Hayes is trying to shoot from the back. Jakifa dropping now, eliminated one by one. Phoenix next, and Ghost is in a pretty dire spot there.
Yeah, Ghost is going to be the next one who's going to get picked up, also with Destroyer sending shots into his side from the railway station. But the point remains here, Devi at the moment still up in HP, but the problem is Dimi and Tuxi, they are not contributing at the moment. That's 4.5k HP that was formerly on the hill that are not really being put to good use. Yes, Dimi is shooting down, but it's not really helping at the moment. And yeah, Kalium is now facing off together with Alexandros. They're going to get Ricochet to join them against... what's he even called? Hayes? Titos is trying to help Hayes, but now finally the push coming into the cap of Devi here. And those windows, they're going to work in favor of the defending team Raid here, who are putting the pressure. Yes, they cannot really push or continue pushing there, I guess, but they can actually. They have enough firepower.
And there's
here.
the ammo rack on Kalium Mangel. We were talking about it, and that's the punishment for not having the config. Svitman would be happy to see that. Tito is burning in the meantime. Diesel should now try to be more aggressive. He will be soon pushed by 3 tanks, so he should try to bring out at least 2 more shots. Maybe he can pick up Ricochet. The HPs are still in favor of Devi. Tuxi now coming in, should be able to pick up Destroyer. Diesel, if he angles well, he might be able to bounce a shot and survive the encounter with Ricochet. Yep, exactly, but Alexandros should be able to pick up Diesel. Alexandros bounces his shot. Diesel has the reload now. And picks up Alexandros, and that is I wanted to say advantage for Devi, but the advantage is limited to roughly 150 HP. Tuxi taking another shot, giving away the lead now. There is Switch with the raid. He will be happy to see Kalium being blown up later. And yeah, all the HPs from Raid are left on Aladdin, who is now picking up Magic Duck. This is a very exciting 3 versus 3 here. Dimi, full HP. Tuxi, 2-shot. I would say it's pretty much the same situation for both teams. You have a full HP Chieftain, more or less. A 2-shot and a 1-shot. So it's now on Dimi and Aladdin to decide on what they want to do.
Yeah, Dimi and Aladdin are now going to battle it up here, or battle it out, rather, in the banana. Aladdin obviously having a hold down, but Dimi has a wrecked side scrape off of. And yeah, it's going to be down to the individual traits of these two here. We're going to see, obviously, the cupola is on the wrong side here for Aladdin. Dimi trying to take a pot shot, but bounces. And meanwhile, through the D-line, in comes Magnus, trying to get ever so closer to Diesel, who is a one-shot, so that could be a good pickup here for Magnus. Tuxi gets spotted in his CS, trying to make the crossover the 3-line. That is going to spring Lemisandros into action. Now Magnus committing in here, and he does get the kill on Diesel, so it's now a 3v2. Tuxi trying to come in, but Magnus already reacted in time here. He's going to be hold down, putting in one nice shot into Tuxi, but is he going to get the reload?
5.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the
Disappointment
8
here.
lane, it's still Dimi and Aladdin battling it out, but obviously the Chieftains should have no trouble whatsoever to pen each other at this distance. And yeah, Aladdin somehow has gotten the HP advantage and even the shot advantage here. Dimi, if nothing goes wrong for Aladdin, should be a 2-shot 432 roll, 368 still to go. He's going to get picked up by Magnus. And yeah, even though the Amarek tried it to throw it into Devi's favor, the raid players in the end still managing to hold on and win Himmelsdorf 2-0.
Ja. Woran hat's gelegen?
Ja, woran hatte die liegen? I guess the Amarek can be attributed to not having a config, but other than that, nice stuff by Diesel here, 5k damage. And yeah, obviously, the longer a tank stays alive, the more damage you can deal. Once again, actually, Old Kings and Bunze both not really having huge impacts with their 50Bs.
Old Kings, 1 clip. Bunze, I mean, 2 clips, but only 6 shots hit. Not sure if he maybe was shooting a wreck or something, or like someone didn't call a kill shot. But yeah, say honorable mention here to the team player Magnus, 7 kills. That's definitely something unusual. Not only a top gun, but 7. But yeah, I mean, overall it was a close game. It could have easily been a victory for DV, but yeah, it was not supposed to. Do we want to look at the other results? Enway versus Wire currently score 2-0. Trick versus All In score 0-2, so Trick leading. This is the match that we are watching right now. Tilt Raid leading 2-0 against Devi. Beyond versus Until is 1-1 right now. Pier already down 2-0 after only 12 minutes, including the break and the countdowns. Pearl against LPCS 1-1. RLD versus Orzel 1-1. And 3PX 2-0 against 6 Cents, while die Wilden von KR 2T are down 2-0 as well. And Quick winning against Onyx. And what just came in, Biona against Chess, also 2-0 for Chess.
Yeah, 30 seconds
and
until...
you still haven't ready up your spectator tank?
Just did that. 30 seconds until we are going to see what might be the last round in between both of those teams. I guess the arrows at the top indicated already. It's going to be Tilt Raid against DV, Tilt attacking on Live Oaks. It's normally considered to be a fairly defensive-sided map. That being said, obviously attacking victories are nowhere near impossible. It's certainly doable. 3PX just coming in with the 3-0 over 6 cents. I think they have to battle against the winner of Pure against Storm next. And yeah, in we go into the game. We do see Hayes bringing the only 279 for his team of DV, 9907, WEBR as Chieftains, and on the side of Tilt we have 22279, 1CS, WEBR, and the rest Chieftains as well.
Yeah, so I guess we will follow the EBRs first on their way to finding out where the enemy tanks are located. Usually, yeah, you can see right now 1 EBR going towards the rails, 1 EBR going towards the city, and on the other hand, the same stuff is happening. 1 EBR going towards the rails, 1 EBR is going towards the city. And not only the EBR is going towards the city, it looks like all of the raid tanks are, yeah, gathering for what it looks like more like a city aim than a city push.
City aim.
Corona
Really?
taking half his HP there. Shifter also not getting enough, taking a second shot. And yeah, with that being said, you can see here the c6 position, shooting onto e2, and yeah, raid with 3k HP advantage already.
Timmy and Kalium now pushing into the city here with their 279s. We'll see if Timmy decides to also do this cross where there's a lot of chieftains from the side of Davy aiming. Seems to not be the case. Lemmy now making it out here, and we can see Hannes doing some stunts on the other side. Meanwhile, yeah, he's gonna try to do EBR things, I guess. Try to get info. I think he saw no, he didn't even see the 907, so he might get caught out here. Or, no, it's the observer mod, because they don't have the...
Oh, I mean, he just spotted Killer. Wow.
Nice HE connection. Killer taking a lot of damage here, down
penetration.
to a one-shot, even burning almost to a crisp here. Needs to be careful, 40-38. Yeah, I think he's going to barely survive. Hannes getting out here, only taking one shot so far for his troubles. 279... Or no, it's actually the Chieftain doing a connection here down to 459. He doesn't have a rep kit available, so he's trying to duck and weave here out of it, and he should be successful with that. In the city so far, not a lot happening, and Hannes is going to take this passive bush here to try to see what the Davy guys on the inner side are up to. They're sending one EBR, as we see Destroyer pushing up with one of his chieftains, and we see him take aim. Beautiful shot, taking out the first kill of the game. It is going to be, yeah, one EBR Killer dropping out early.
Yeah, Ghost now trying to push under here, but there is still Old Kings and Daddy Bunze. They are still aiming there.
Big push to the city, by the way.
Dropped. But yeah, now the big push is coming towards the city. Let me find someone that is in the city. Yeah, Kalium being pushed there by Phoenix, Diesel, Jelki, Dimi, Korana, Magic Duck, Voya, Smiley trying to help out. Timmy being pushed by two chieftains in the meantime as well. And we have to see if the collapse is successful here, because Davy's HP are looking terrible.
Davy's HP indeed looking very, very dire here. Yes, they have the overmatch in the city, but what do they have the overmatch on? It is just 3 279s, but they cannot go onto and over the cap then after, because there is Chieftains hold down just in easy positions to try and farm them, and meanwhile the South Bush, it's just rolling, and there's nothing for Davy that could actually stop all those Chieftains there. Tuxi not yet spotted in his EBR. Finally, he does get spotted because he fired at Lemmy Sandres. He does get picked up. Lemmy, the second EBR to get set on fire this game here, but he does not burn for a long time. I guess good firefighting crew for him. And Maja Berovic in his 907, meanwhile, in the south, getting overrun by CS's Chieftains, all of it. Finally, the city has been cleared for raid, but...
he, by the way, has the new 2D style, the Chinese, however it is called. Forgot already, you were telling me about it earlier.
It's not cutlery, it's...
check out the daily deals.
Yep, check out the daily deals, you know, finance our jobs, guys, you know how it is.
Good shot there by Lemmy into the cupola of Hayes. And yeah, Davy made some appearance here. They had a free pass in round 1, and now they have a free ticket to the garage. 3-0, I would say close. It was closer than the score suggests.
I mean, to be honest, only one round was close.
I mean, if Destroyer wouldn't have been that fast in his CS, or...
It is Destroyer, don't doubt the legend.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Destroyer, one thing that I saw from him, I can quickly go back to his tank. He decided to mount the improved bounty aiming instead of going for a stabilizer. So maybe that's some personal preference. From what I understood, it only helps you directly after your shot.
Well, it helps you before shooting as well if you're able to aim in, because it makes your gun more accurate.
Yeah, exactly. Directly before and directly after the shot, as the bloom is smaller when you basically finish the full aiming. But yeah,
I guess after the shot is negligible for chieftains, simply because,
exactly, because you don't
they're not autoloaders.
Exactly. Yeah, so I guess we can take a look at any possible other games that are still flying around. Trick 130, Chess 130. But there are a couple of games left, so maybe Raid versus Orzel is running. Tell me if you find something. Envy versus Wire is running right now. Anyone in the break?
IDK versus GTDX is right now 40 seconds from,
Okay. The other game is just...
I guess we watch I Don't Know versus GTDX.
I guess we can do that if you want to do that. Then we go for GTDX versus... I think I made some placeholders for unexpected appearances here. And I will manually add that. Oh, Enway 130 as well. And then after that, we should be able to jump into the other game that was 1-1 right now. But yeah. I don't know, it's actually Reses, if I saw that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So I will quickly edit that in the Reses in the stream overlay. There you go. Perfect. Stream production is there.
Incredible production value.
Yep. And we have one Arty on the side of Reses. We have one Manticore, one EBR, double 279, which is also on the side of GTDX. We have double EBR, one Leopard, and a CS63 distributing. Well, not really distributing, all going towards the water side from what it looks like. Manticore will probably take some passive bush in the
Also, the first Arty we see this tournament.
Yep. Also, Arty on the defending side is an interesting choice, because often you will lose some map control when you're passively defending, and you will not have that great shots. But I guess that's part of the game. Do you remember what the score was?
2-0 for GTDX at the moment.
Okay. No, that's the wrong team. How do I... Okay. No. Yeah. Okay. Fixed it. Yeah.
Failed.
First minute is over. We can see right now the EBR from the blue team feel the Jägermeister, is hopefully not feeling the Jägermeister right now, because he has to concentrate making his pretty aggressive EBR runs. And taking a look at the minimap, we can already see that the red team is focusing on, I would say, like this part of the map. We have some uncontested area, especially here, and all the middle area, but yeah.
I would say the EBR, by being there, sort of controls the second area you mentioned, because he's not spotted, so he knows there's no one there.
Well, same goes for the Manticore. If you take a look at where the Manticore is sitting, I would say it's pretty safe to assume that the Manticore can spot that as well. But a lot of blind shots flying in here, and I'm not sure if that is the greatest idea, to knock over a gigantic tree and sit in the middle of it. If you can simply just sit like here in the grass, here in the grass, or here in the grass.
Oh, the Manticore actually taking a second shot here, going down to 407. Be a bit careful there.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would simply drive out now. There's no way that the Manticore gets outspotted with this setup. And, I mean, they will not stop blinding the tree. Like, are you sitting there now to survive another 30 seconds and hold this position? Or are you moving out to find out who is...
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we are not moving out.
Staying alive,
close.
I guess. Ghost.
Okay, I'm saying he's dying.
Wait, is that the Ghost that used to play for DV?
No.
No, okay.
I would say he's dying before minute 6. What is
Okay,
your
45
prediction?
seconds. I mean, I'm tempted to agree, but then again, just for the sake of the stream, I'm saying he stays alive.
Yeah, I mean, the blind shots kind of stopped, and I don't 100% sure why they did. Okay, there was another one coming from Forsaken. Sorry for the camera movement. That was a bit hectic there. 20 seconds left.
Oh, we'll see.
Manticore staying alive here. Another.
Doing his best just by not moving at all.
Ooh, dodges another shot. 8 seconds left. 6, 5.
Oh, there we go, there we go.
Ah!
Easy, never worried. Never worried.
Never worried. I'm not sure if Ghost is also never worried because he still has to survive another 6 minutes.
I think he's shitting his pants right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly he wants to spot from there that he can't spot from like 50 meters on the other side, because he will not outspot the G4 bushes. He will not outspot the D8 house position. And it looks like the blue team is gathering right now. You can see it here. All those chieftains being, pulled together to, then make a push into this and then this area and close in the front here. Obviously, they don't know at the current time that nothing is in the ditch. You can see a lot of chieftains still being aligned towards that. Forsaken, only 3 blind shots. That is not enough. Because of you, I lost the bet. And
Ben is ass.
Ultra
But yeah, we see
Instinct
finally the
is
chieftains.
now trying to clear the Manticore. Manticore puts in 1, drops. But, I mean, the chieftain goes back losing 800 and you trade 1 EBR for 1 Manticore, while the other team only has 2 lights as well. I guess that's a fine trade? Question mark?
I mean, the problem remains. Like, obviously, GTDX here on their match point, they're parking the bus, they're camping. So, Rezis.
GTDX is attacking.
Oh, whoops. I mean, Rezis is camping, so GTDX needs to attack, and they're doing that right now over the one line with all of their heavy tanks so far. Not a lot of them spotted, not a lot of damage being applied by the team. Finally, the 279 tries to shoot. I don't know, Xerax is there in the back, but he doesn't really do damage. They're getting dangerously close to the artillery now, but all of the felled trees there should provide the T92 HMC with a lot of cover. Artichoke does connect on Kenny BFG, and Kenny BFG is trying to make a run for it here over the one line. He's taking a lot of damage down to 293. Also Forsaking taken hit after hit, but Sevi, he's still alive and healthy. He's going to make it through. The Arti trying to hide behind the house. Forsaken is going to make it into the cap, starting it up, but is he going to survive? He needs to continue on here. At the moment, the HP here firmly in favor of Razors, actually, 5k. So yeah, their sort of passive approach to the game sort of working out. Also very, very interesting how the T92 does not get picked up because he's smartly hiding behind the house and there's simply no angles to be used against him. Finally, he goes over and he does a big connection on both of the enemy tanks. It's not going to save his 279 buddy who falls.
He's angling. Yeah. He's angling. Can he bounce the shot?
Lockdown trying to help out the T92 gets slaughtered on the cross, and the HP that was ever so far in favor for Rezis still is. But the problem is they have committed some chieftains onto a weird position down in the water. H5 is where there's 3 of them at. They're trying to stay safe behind that little, little island, but that is a weird position to commit your chieftains to.
Yeah, and now the 279, you can see it here. Also, bit of a interesting setup of equipment. No HP boost, no config. Maybe he has the directive for safe storage, but
I guess he wants to go fast and do damaga.
Yeah. So, Rezis 2k HP up.
Still holding strong, mind you.
Match point. I mean, 2 minutes, and the EBR is still proxying everyone, so they more or less know where the tanks are located.
Emo here
Guns
dropping for no reason
slightly
really in
in
his chieftain. I don't know why he
favor.
peeked.
But yeah, now you can see there is a CS63 that kind of was able to go in between the chieftains there and the Leo. I'm not sure if that was actually a good idea, but now the clan commander himself, Guido Redline, is approaching in his chieftain. He will try to put down the leopard while holding two of his enemies here.
Being down leopards, this is not a friendly stream, but yeah, Gelo completely overpeaking and taking a lot of shots into his side, paying the ultimate price for his mistake. The cap does get started up though with an EBR, while we see the Southeast getting pressured out here with double chieftain. Not sure, maybe drop can do something here. But we see a lot of blue tanks here dropping. The HP somehow being fairly close to each other. Not sure what that EBR was trying to achieve. And yeah, still the hull downs remain in K4, K5 for the defending side of Rezis. And yeah, I mean, GTDX have cap control, but with 30 seconds on the clock, I don't think there is a lot that they can do. And I think we're going to see our first draw of the day. Obviously, that means the defender is going to take the victory, and Rezis is going to smash off a match point that was imposed on them by GTD earlier.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. This will literally just be a matter of the time running out. GTDX has always favored playing Live Oak, so I would be surprised if they come up with the same camp. I remember we had the Romanian Community League here running on the channel as well.
Oh yeah, this actually was basically a Romanian derby, right?
Yeah.
Or not?
I'm not sure if Rezis doesn't have a lot of international players as well, but
I mean,
yeah.
Lockdown is Romanian, I'm pretty sure.
But yeah, I mean, maybe that is actually the case. I will quickly put in the correct score, and yeah, we can see here 5.6k damage dealt plus 1.7k spotting by the CS. Yeah, I wish the Leopard would have done similar damage. Maybe they would have won.
Unlucky RNG.
And 5.5k spotting by the EBR. So what's the prediction on the Manticore? 2k spotting. I'm not sure if that was like...
Not great, not terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, there we see Ozil taking the tiebreaker victory over Reload here.
Yeah, Pearl winning against LPCS. Beyond Until is 2-1 right now. They should be finishing their match pretty soon as well. And... Oh, 3-0 between Storm and Pyro, so I guess Barbarian doing his work there.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl not a big surprise, I would say. But yeah, 1 minute and 10. I guess we can take a sneak peek at the setup. GTDX, unsurprisingly, bringing a lot of chieftains. So far, I can see double EBR and double 907 to finish off the mix, and 1279.
Yeah. In the meantime, you can obviously see here Beyond versus Until is still running. The current scoreline was 2-1 for
GTDX.
Beyond. No, I mean
Or,
the other game.
Okay. Yeah.
The game should have started at I'm sure like 9 minutes ago, 8-9 minutes ago. We might be able to see the result already within the next 30 seconds. But yeah, I guess we can hope for another round of... Oh, that would be the first round of Cliff, right? If that is win for Rezis.
Yep.
But yeah, let's first see what both teams have prepared here going into the game. GTDX versus Rezes. Current
The
scoreline
battle of the Romanian
2-1.
Titans.
I will move that a bit. There you go. Yeah, we were talking about lineup 1 already. Lineup 2 is again, I would say surprisingly set up with a T92 RT. I mean, it was like 7 shots fired, 1k damage last game. And that was a full 10-minute game where the RT was alive for like 6.5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what is this? Is that something new? Sweatman? Hello? Hello?
I literally cannot even. Like, what?
1,000 players have different lineups, and this guy is bringing config, IRM, and okay. Let's focus on
this guy is like the super rich pumped up guy that goes to the casino, puts like 500,000 onto the poker table and loses it all immediately. But he's wearing a nice suit, so everyone respects him.
Yeah. Not wearing such a nice suit is Hidden Ultra Instinct, who was just penned by RT and then drove into his own chieftain, down to 20 HP now. Lockdown also taking one for his troubles, and it looks like GTDX. I don't want to comment on that.
What are we watching, dude?
He drove into his allied chieftain and killed himself.
No. He crashed like on open ground. If you look like to the right behind you, there's no one close to him.
I don't want to comment on that. Yeah, Ghost being pushed by Drop the Bombu in his chieftain. He has 2 shots.
He's dropping the Bombu, man.
He has 2 shots advantage onto him, and Mal 90 is also coming in now, so Ghost should drop pretty soon. RT, amazing 71 damage onto the 907.
Incredible. He's gonna feel that one tomorrow.
Exactly. And yeah, on the other side, let's take a look at this. 2 EBRs pushing Albert there in his EBR, still full HP. If he high rolls,
he needs support from the Chieftain and the 279.
Oh my god, what am I watching? I just want to close my eyes.
I mean, they're doing damage by ramming each other.
Yeah.
And finally, an HE connection by Boratsu. One of the EBRs falls here for the side, or basically, one EBR on each side falling here in this engagement. That still leaves one EBR in the south here for the team in red for
let's
Rezes.
watch something interesting. Artie relocating. That's finally some action.
Mm-hmm.
Calming me down. Not putting too much pressure onto my nerves.
What are you doing? Pull up your pants again. What the hell?
Okay. Now we can see him. Okay. I guess enough of that. Not a lot happening here. You can see GTDX on the defending side has roughly 1k HP disadvantage. They're up 2 tanks now by picking up Lockdown in his chieftain. And yeah, the HPs are still in favor of the attacking team, which is, I would say, a bit cornered in here into this. It's not really a corner, as there's the exit on the eastern side of the city. But obviously, if you leave there, then you will be shot by Drop and Just for Kill You Pro League. Yeah, a lot of individual traits. I don't really want to waste my voice on them driving around here and doing some shenanigans. So I will leave it to you to comment on the 30 standard APCR shells on this Leopard 1 now.
I mean, on the STRV, at least there is an argument to be made for the standard shells because they're faster slightly. On the Leo.
In the meantime, we will have a push now. GTDX pushing into LAN Figure, Captain Phantom, and I don't know, Ratikin. A lot of HP dropped so far only on the side of GTDX. You can see a good hull down here made by the first chieftain trying to block over the others. So they have to come one by one The 300 are still standing. The 300 are still fighting back. Captain Phantom trying to, put everyone into one row and approach them one by one. It's working semi-decent here. But, the sheer amount of tanks coming in now onto the 279. Also crossfiring here. Forsaken having the ass of the 279. That looks like, the defending team here pulling the trigger, being successful doing so, and being rewarded as well for proactively taking over control of this game.
And doing that even after being down 1 EBR after some
unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can leave the game already and check if we can jump into the...
The problem is our observer tanks are locked in this one, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, I guess we will find out sooner or later. The result between those teams will for sure be 1-3 for GTDX. I mean, we had the pleasure of watching 2 more rounds of Live Oaks, reducing the break a bit. The next games will start in 25 minutes, is that correct?
2020 for us.
Yeah, I guess we will organize some more replays for the meantime, for filling the stream with some content, or asking some teams if they want to play a bit earlier. But that was the match between, I don't know, Reses against GTDX and Beyond One against Until 3-1. I guess that was somewhat to be expected by a clan that exists for so long, talking about Rumble, obviously, and not about Beyond.
We need to talk about which match to basically cast next.
Yep, exactly. So, from what I can see, the only game that is still running is the last round between Daily and Until, but I didn't add us to the match there. But I guess we can quickly switch to the tournament bracket. 3-0 between Vachu, who will face Axel now, also winning 3-0. We have Light that lost against STRGX. They will probably now have to face the powerhouse team here of 78679 Thunder. Viter against About, and Quick against the winner of Daily and Until. Let's take a quick look at Group 2. Trick versus Chess. We saw just now GTDX will play against Omgot. Enway against CSA. That could be something to watch. And
Please.
Tilt versus Merq. And in Group 3, Pearl versus Orzel, Beyond versus NH, Tilt Raid versus 3PX, and Enjoy versus Vachu. So we have Pearl versus Orzel, which is obviously formerly known Nomi, Raid versus 3PX, and
1 second, I will make the
Enway versus CSA. I guess those are the candidates for
round of 8. No. Prediction I want to make. Oops. But we can do that in the break if you want to hop to a break.
Yeah, so we will be back in roughly 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes. Maybe earlier if we can motivate one of the teams to start a bit earlier. We will keep you posted. We will be right back. Have a nice break.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the round of 8. So I guess quarterfinals, and we have prepared the Czech derby for you this time. It's going to be Anway against CSA. Both of those teams obviously not only wanting to qualify, but also to assert dominance over the other to take the crown for this qualifier for being the best Czech team. And yeah, what are your predictions, Phil? I hope this one goes to a tiebreaker. I'm gonna go with CSA getting the better end of it. What are your thoughts?
So I would this time not disagree with you. CSA looked very strong in the 7 versus 7 tournament that we were having last month, and I would put them as the favorite in this match. But I was also talking to Saka in the past, and he isn't really happy about this being put in the favorite role position all the time, because he is saying that when they are losing, everyone has big disappointment in their face and everyone feels like they should have won. And when they're winning, it feels to them that it was somewhat of like an expected outcome, or at least viewers and people that are cheering for the teams were
I guess
expecting
he
it.
should
So their wins are
deal
not
with it.
as appreciated. But yeah, we are in the game. Funny thing to see that there are a couple of former CSA players also now in the Enway lineup. So for instance, Paco there in his Chieftain and The Forgotten. I met both of them at the last CSA party. But yeah, Prokhorovka first game. Sorry for skipping the first 15 seconds, but I guess on Proco it doesn't matter that much. While I'm saying that Cosmo takes the first shot by Holy Tox in his EBR. Full spotting setup here. And yeah, anyway, on the defense, slight
And
HP.
I would say they're approaching it sort of defensively as well. They have hold on the 1-2 line by Manticore passively, plus double chieftain on the 2 line, one chieftain committed to the 3 line, and everyone else, save one chieftain in E5, is basically diverted towards the eastern side of the map. And yeah, CSA not really doing some super funky stuff to begin with as well. Some chieftains plus an IS7 middle, one EBR passive 2 line double chieftain K1. They have taken the hill already with the CS and the EBR, no big surprises there. There is one 907 Crazy War to back him up, and then there is a lot of tanks for CSA in K7 at the moment, trying to snipe at the village probably. But no one from Anway really making a move here. So the initial damage that you mentioned onto Cosmo being the only damage of the game quite yet.
Yeah, also lineup wise, I would say both have very similar lineups. The IS7 combat there, we saw it being used by the Hive team last tournament to push on the 2 line into a push, like potentially put some CS or 907 sideways if needed to cover the lower plate. Also, you can see the spotting setup there having mounted improved optics and improved ventilations, or I think it's called ventilation system or something. If you have the
I know the directive is called the Vent Purge, but other than that, I don't know.
yeah, but yeah, you can see here trying to spot out. So far, nothing visible for CSA. They are the attacking team. They have to make the moves. Now Paco gets spotted here. Floki spotted in the back as well, but I mean, they're looking at each other and smiling into their opponents' faces because everyone knows that they're pretty much safe when it comes to hull down brawling Chieftain versus IS7. The Chieftain does not prevents the IS7 from spotting the A-line cross of the STRV that you can see in the north. So the STRV might end up here, setting up some tree there, and and double bushing into a 2-line push. A lot of tanks for CSA are still unspotted. That's very important because whenever you take away information on Proco on where your tanks are, the enemy has to expect everything or can't focus on only defending on one side. So you can see right now we have 2 tanks here that are able to support both this way and that way. The 279 at the top, if this is committed here, that will never be able to help into a 2-3 line push. Same for those chieftains. And those 907s should be able to rotate back to the 2 line in case that's needed. 4 minutes have passed. I mean, we were discussing the initial damage onto Cosmo twice already, but that's so far the only thing that happened. The chieftain has now won the spotting duel here.
Oh, they're blinding the Manticore, and they're pretty close to doing it, actually. But so far, no damage taken yet by Tondula.
Combat took one into, you can see the, side or front side of the IS-7 turret.
Oh, look at the Manticore. It's literally standing in, basically, in craters made by the ammo of the enemies.
Yeah. Also, the Manticore is so low that you can basically blind shoot the bush from the distance, and if you shoot too high, you might have hit the tank when it comes to the X and Y coordinate, but the Z coordinate is just too high and you shoot over it. But yeah, half of the time has passed. CSA down 1k HP, not really significant as both teams are pretty much full still. You can see at the southern part here right now, rotation coming, this 907, 2 more 907s here. They will probably be directed towards the 2 line. You saw the IS-7 that was previously positioned here in the A6 position, now also went over. And yeah, we were discussing it earlier. A lot of the NRA tanks are situated on the northeastern, I will just mark it like this, quadrant. So all of this will basically not be relevant while there is a push coming now onto the 2 line. Holy Tox spotted again. He is trying to get some info on the hill, but he's being blocked by Cosmo. So I would say we take a look at what is coming here into Mirek. You can see he is well set up.
Combat taking a lot of damage already in his IS-7, down to 1400, but in the end, that's sort of the purpose of the IS-7, right? It's the battering ram that's supposed to soak up the shots. Kaprafakar also committing with the IS-7 into the ditch, and now finally that 1-2 push is rolling. Here we go, the 907s, not quite spotted yet. They should be soon enough by the Manticore that is positioned there. Kurmelet's the first one to take some shots here, and Psychopath Goatnoob with a very, very smart relocation here with his chieftain. Not only does he not get picked up, but also he will be able to provide crossfire onto the 907s, or at the very least, he will try to stay alive in the ditch. Now, a lot of damage being taken here by CSA, not a lot of retaliation quite yet. Tondula does get picked up in the Manticore, and that is huge because now the chieftains will probably get a little unspotted before the STOV will be able to counter shoot at them again. But the problem for CSA remains right now. It's 907s trying to hold down Brawl here and advance in heavy enemy fire against hold down chieftains.
Now Sigo is trying to spot on Mirek, but yeah, he was immediately being picked up. Look at Mirek sitting at the red line there, having the double bush, and Crazy War Silka, they're trying to push into the chieftains, but now the 279 and the chieftain on C and B6, they're simply able to crossfire that, and it doesn't look that great for CSA. The disadvantage of HPs is getting bigger and bigger. 4k HP down already, and look at the tanks. 6k tanks, 6 tanks down for the one side. Mirek, I think he was spotted by one of the 907s, but is now unspotted again. Still sitting on comfortable 2-shot for all the chieftains, and CSA is, down 7k HP.
Yeah, CSA is not only down a significant amount of HP, also they lost all of their sort of fast rotationary tanks. All the 907s have dropped now, only the CS remaining as the only medium for the side of CSA. And yeah, what have they achieved with this push? To be honest, not really a lot. Yes, the Manticore is gone, but the STRV did survive the shots being thrown at it. It's sitting there still at 529. Yeah, Froley has some pot shots here at Sandokan, but not really a lot is happening except more tanks falling here. Sakalito does pick up Hion, but Luxorus gets picked up in return by Sandokan. And yeah, the CSA tanks in the middle just taking heavy punishment at the moment. Every relocation, every trying to get closer to the Anway tanks. It's just being punished and punished too much, to be honest.
On top of that, you can see it in the top right corner. The time is ticking. 80 seconds left until the end of this game, and I don't really see that becoming a win. You can see Golda from Mortar there. He's trying his best. I think he tried to ram Forgotten, but Forgotten survives with 13 HP. Now angling towards Cosmo in his EBR. Floki picking up the next kill, or it was Lukin. Holy Talk still alive on 47 HP. Yaya's on 7 HP. CSA 5 tanks left. All of the HP basically on Lukin and Frawley. And Frawley is a great player, but I don't expect him to win this game.
47s on the clock, and it seems like CSA was not ready for that camp being thrown against them here from Anway, because let's be honest, they didn't really move a lot, but then again, they didn't really have to. CSA with the 1-2 line choo-choo push, which, yeah, did not succeed. It just got farmed to pieces. The 907s just not with the sustaining power. Not able to survive for long enough for their allied tanks to do enough damage. The SRV on the 1-2 line probably being pushed up a little bit late. But yeah, we're watching the dying seconds of this game here. It's, to be honest, just the Anway players stat padding a little. Maybe Lucan will still go down. Maybe Sucker will still go down. But yeah, well played to Anway. Holy Talk's actually dying in the
So what's the expectation on Mirex damage? 7k?
Ooh,
with the
Mirek.
STRV on A2 or A1. Maybe only 6k because the 907s pushed into the ditch. I would say he had a decent farm. At least 5, more like 6k. 5.2. But if you take a look at his statistics when it comes to the shots hit and shots penetrated, 17 shots hit, 14 penetrated. That's much better result that we were talking about the STRVs earlier. And I guess the remaining shots were mainly used to blind fire some light tanks or beginning. So yeah, good shooting there. We can quickly take a look at the spotting of the EBRs. So Holy Talks spotted one vehicle while having 800 assists, but he was basically all the time on the other side. 2.5k spotting by the Manticore. Sigo, he was sent in to kill the STRV in the back. He didn't make it on the 1k spotting. And Cosmo, he has a bit more damage, but also only 400 spot.
Yeah. Also, we can take a look at the what's it called? The results of the rounds in the other matches. It's Storm, very unsurprisingly, taking the lead over the Risikogruppe Alkohol. Vitor winning out 1-0 against About. Tilt 1-0 against 3PX. Trig beating Chess here. They're just plowing through their German opponents at the moment. Pearl against Orzel. It's also a 1-0. GTD at the moment leading 1-0 against Omgod. Tilt losing their first game against Milk Q. So the fist gamers from the Tilt team there probably unable to break the defense.
I think those are the
Milk
ones that would like to have fists and not the ones that have fists already.
Lucky. All right. Then Waku against Excel. Excel taking the lead. It's Quick 1 against Daily Hard Reset 0.
That's your Choo-Choo team.
Choo-Choo! Beyond taking 1-0 over NH, Anway, as we just saw, 1-0 against CSA, and Storm with a very quick 2-0 against the Risikogruppe Alkohol.
Yeah, if you consider the 3-minute break and 2 times 30 seconds countdown, that's 8 minutes for 2 rounds of Prokhorovka. I would guess there were butt cheeks clapped and a lot of Polish and Russian players screaming, Dawaj, Rush B.
Dawaj, blядь. But yeah, all of that
also
said and
2-0
done.
now.
2-0. 5 seconds here remaining until we hop into CSA's defense of Proco. Also, what is Signopelo supposed to mean for the name of the Anway team?
No clue. CSA on the defense now. They brought double EBR Frawley again in the STRV 4 907s, 1 279, and on the other side, 1 Manticore again from Tundula, double EBR Mirek in his STRV, double 907, and 1 CS63, no 279.
Also, no arty by either team on both sides of Proco. I feel like on Proco sometimes the arty can work or be worth it.
Quick, actually, not quick. GTD played GW in the first round. When I was checking, going through the teams, I saw that
Revealed.
they were at least thinking about using an RT. A very aggressive spot here by Sigo, considering that he has nothing behind him besides one Chieftain who, Golder shouldn't even have render range onto the Manticore. And yeah, big setup there on the eastern flank. I will quickly show that on the minimap so you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, Sigo making it here into the C1 bush. I'm not sure if that's the bush that you really want to be in because it can easily be blind fired.
It's also super obvious.
Yeah. And yeah, now he decides that for now he will just stay here in the row of bushes.
The risk with that always is that some enemy EBR can come and clear you out, and both of you will basically proxy spot each other, and you will be the one that is not moving, and all the enemy guns will be expecting something to pop up.
Exactly.
Tondula now starting his approach, I guess, over the 1-2 line. He's sort of working the row of bushes. Obviously, he has a lot of people behind him to support him should he spot anything. But as for now, or as of now, he's not really going for any super aggressive stuff. Narrowly avoiding the trees, not really, trying to arouse little, if
I think
any,
he is
suspicion.
afraid of being no.
I think he's afraid of E1 at the moment. On the other side, meanwhile, I'll have a look because, well, Tondula seems to have reached his final destination for the time being. It's Cosmo and Holy Talks exchanging spots on the hill, and in the middle, not really anything happening.
Yeah, we can see right now CSA with, I don't even know if you can call it a trap because most of the 907s there on A9 and A0 are set up to shoot. But yeah, with a heavy eastern focused defensive approach here. Frawley, they're pretty much alone together with Golder. And obviously they have one spotter Sigo, which then will, run away in the moment where he spots the incoming push. What would be your idea now for the side of Enway, especially with the information that you have so far?
To be honest, in the end, it's sort of a similar idea being employed by CSA as for Enway, except that their 1-2 line hold is not too convincing as of now. The EBR being in those lower line bushes does not spot 907s approaching as early. So that might be a potential weak point. Also, there's going to be a lot of tanks simply out of the game for CSA if the 1-2 line push by Amway comes through. And yeah, on the 1-2 line, it's only Frawley, Golder, and Sigo really, and Sigo isn't going to do a lot of damage. And we can already see the STRV by Enway taking the H1 position there, that little hill.
Cosmo took shot from the Chieftain. He was trying to, I don't know why, taking some passive push directly next to Holy Talks. Guess he was hoping to not get proxied or something. But yeah, one thing that I would really like to emphasize on is that there is a movement coming now into the lower water position. So I guess that is supposed to end up in a trap. We can take a look here. Kremelets, Xilkar, Savistar, and Crazy War. I'm not sure if they just want to stay there in the Haldan and wait for a potential push, but yeah, CSA is not really prepared to receive any kind of two-line action, so I guess they might actually bring the fight towards Enway now. We have those 3, 4 907s pushing up.
Ooh, if Holy Tox catches a good window here in his EBR, he might spot the whole push before it even happens, and that would be not cool for the side of CSA. However, all the chieftains that could actually put fire onto the hill from the middle are being drawn towards the 3 line, because the 1-2 push by Anway is possibly about to start. We see all the 907s for CSA now just waiting here, probably hoping for some middle spot, but this is pretty committed by CSA at the moment. They need to do something with the 907s. They need to draw them back, or they need to, they need to push, because the longer the wait, the more the ghost of the 1-2 line push, which they can't really hold, is gonna linger over them.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes left. Obviously, time working again for the defender. So CSA with their defense now having the slight advantage. But yeah, you can see right now on the other side, the Chieftain high on there being the one pulled up towards the ridgeline, Paco and Goatnoob as well. And now Floki, Toxic Tommy, and Lucan, they're joining there. I guess this is a much heavier approach. You can see it's only 3 907s with a lot of Chieftains aiming. And from what I can see, they're just deciding to send Yayas. I'm not sure who actually shot Yayas there, because he shouldn't have been spotted at this point. But yeah, Yayas now driving forward. Looks like he hasn't spotted Seago. And Seago stays unspotted, while only Golder took a couple of shots. That's a decent trade for CSA. And yeah, and we're down a light tank now. They started with one additional light tank, so yeah, now, Manticore spotted out Seago. Tondula surviving the HE shell from Golder. Maybe Golder can put in another one, but yeah, now you can see Trandolf getting focused out here. Stanny Exots being the next one to receive the fire. Frawley still not spotted. The Forgotten has to be tracked now by Golder. He immediately repairs. Frawley spotted out now. He is hugging both red lines at the same time. Dropping to 1k. Forgotten dropping to a one-shot, but Frawley seems to be tracked.
So the 1-2 line push is rolling here at the moment for Enway, and it's finding a lot of success, I would say. However, there were not that many CSA tanks to begin with, and while we have done all that, CSA was able to clear out the hill, killing, I guess, well, not really a lot in the process, probably one chieftain or something. And yeah, this, instead of the map being split north and south now, leads to it being split east and west, but the problem remains for Enway. They're attacking, and they need to make something happen in those last 130 seconds that we are left with. Yes, there are some stragglers caught by CSA. That's Lucan and Caprafakr, which are still on the western side of the rail, but at the moment they're not taking damage. So this in turn means Enway is not making progress, and CSA is the defending team in the commanding HP lead. So this defense looks like a solid one so far.
Yeah, also keep in mind that the defending tanks don't have to cross the rails again. So whenever you're crossing up, you're obviously exposing your driving wheels, you're exposing your lower plate, also 7k HP. Let's not forget about that. And the big fact that they lost both their EBRs already. So quickly spotting out where exactly the forces are distributing is not that easy anymore.
They do have the Manticore on 37, but a Manticore on 37 HP can spot as well as one that is full HP. And now in the south, some sort of engagement's happening, but the problem remains with that rail line. Basically, if you peek over, you are exposing yourself a lot, and there are snipers posted by CSA to basically punish any kind of attempt as to overpeaking. We see Hion and Pomerantz now with the overpeaker. Pomerantz 2000 HP in mere seconds, getting dropped immediately. The CS and the Chieftain by Enway also getting shot heavily by everyone in CSA that still has a working gun. The S2B there not able to turn the tide of battle either. And now I think CSA, they have won the round. They're now just, doing what Amway did last game, just padding their stats a little.
Yeah, I mean, 2 games, both running for full 10 minutes. 2 HE penetration into the back of Lucan easy carry. And that should be the game. Proco done. 1-1 here. Toxic Tommy the only one surviving. Different approaches of both defending teams. I would say similar approach for the attackers. And yeah, we will directly go into the next game between those teams here. Murovanka will be the next round. I will quickly ready up as a spectator so we ensure to not miss any action. And yeah, you can see their lineup being prepared here. I'm happy to show some more stats here. So Holy Toxi was again holding one side. Yayas, he was the EBR running into Sigo. Unfortunately, 2.5k spotting by Tondola. Yeah, Mirek trying to support the push a bit, but there was just not enough that he could do, especially in the end when he had to face multiple directions. Frawley, very solid 8 out of 8 penetrating hits. Might have missed an EBR, but beside that, that was very good here. 13-12 also from the top damage dealing chieftain here, Capra Fakre Libor. I think he's new in the CSA main team.
I recall his name, but
yeah,
I'm not
but
sure
I thought
where
he
from.
would have been at Pearl or Enway before.
Oh.
Um,
Anyway, let's go over some results. Till Fists are able to get the equalizer on the board against Mirko. Raid actually with a 3-0, so decisive victory over 3PX. Beyond 2-0 over NH at the moment. Anyway, CSA, we saw the equalizer being done, and GTDX with a 2-1 at the moment over Omgod.
they're missing a player right now.
And Vitar 3-0 against About.
Yeah, that means that Vitor is still without any defeat, right? So they won
Crazy.
3-0, 3-0, 3-0. And quick 1-1 against Daily, I guess. If our games are ending earlier, we can maybe jump into that one. But we had 2 full 10-minute rounds, so I guess we are watching this one to the end.
Moravanka, possibility for more draws is given.
We will see.
Also, sneak peek at the lineup. For Enway, sorry, excuse me. Coming into that round of Mura, we see double EBR, 1 Leo, and the rest Chieftains. No 279s or 907s, which could possibly take the middle. So I guess either Heavy Forest or 1-2 line commitment, or even a camp as Enway is defending.
Yep.
Yeah, in we go. Round number 3.
This time, no EBRs. Not no EBRs, no STRVs. Double EBR both sides. Mirek changed from STRV to Leopard. I guess he likes sniping vehicles. 1279 for CSA on their attacking side. A lot of chieftains as well. Yeah, I mean, this will be a lot of trading, a lot of using hull down positions correctly. And yeah, the 26 chieftains here. Oh no, 24. The 279 and the leopard are there as well. Will for sure have their impact.
Most certainly. And as we see the lineups unfolding, the defender from the north opting 1 EBR either side, Leo towards the water tower, and all the chieftains getting sent towards the forest. CSA, the attacker, they are spreading their tanks a lot here. Basically, triple chieftain to either side, or quadruple chieftain to either side. 1279 middle, 1 chieftain, but pretty aggressive on the 7 line. And yeah, it's all about if Seago will get the info as to how many chieftains are there actually on the 0 line. Obviously, Holy Tox is trying to suppress him to make him not get this information, and this looks like no, some
Ooh,
chieftains.
Seago just took 2 shots by the chieftain. There was a big salvo that was fired by all the spotted chieftains. Now CSA should have the information needed now to push into the 2-3 line. You can see all those red tanks there being positioned in the corner. If one of the CSA tanks decides to get a bit more aggressive into this 2-3 line, they will find out that there's nobody. Literally nobody.
Nobody. So far, Cosmo. Finally he decides to go a bit more forward here.
Yeah, but I don't think that he will. I don't think that he will be too aggressive because he doesn't really have anyone covering.
Yep, and also he's lacking information. Like he doesn't know where the enemy EBRs are, or for that matter, where a bulk of the enemy tanks is.
So Cosmo getting more and more aggressive. So he didn't get spotted from C1. He didn't get spotted from C3. You can see here on the red line, Lukin and Cosmo carefully advancing. And if you're wondering why Cosmo just fired, he basically did a spotting check by reducing his own camouflage firing. He will see if maybe with reduced camo he gets spotted. That was not the case. And anyway, looks like they parked the bus. And CSA is now playing with the time again.
Although it's still like over 7 minutes here. Finally, CSA, I guess, on the 1-2 line forming some sort of push-up. As we previously established, this push is going to find nothing, but it's gonna achieve something, as in they're going to take more map control. And the multi-layered defense on the 890 line by CSA, if Enway decides to push with basically all tanks there, I don't think they can hold, but I don't think Enway wants to expose their cap this much.
Yeah, also Enway doesn't know how many tanks are behind Cosmo, because Cosmo is literally getting all this map control for free. So right now we can see there are three chieftains on the red line. That's Combat, Wilder, and a third one, Lukin. And Saka is there positioned on D3. Saka might have been spotted already because he's peeking high there against the chieftain on D7 and the EBR on B7. But beside that, those 3 chieftains here in the back are not spotted so far, so they could be anywhere, same as the K6 chieftains. And a lot of map control now taken by the blue team. You can see it right now here. Only this last area contested by Enway. It looks a bit like the Fisherman's Bay defense by was it Trick earlier?
I think so, yeah.
They also only had minor parts, and it looks like Frawley.
Oh, I like how Radim is getting pushed up here, by the way, in his chieftain. In the what is it? In the EF7 position. That is pretty aggressive, and he runs the risk of taking shells for it, but then again he extends a lot of view range. He takes a lot of maneuverability from Holy Tox by doing that. So if he doesn't overextend there by taking too much damage, he should be Gucci. And this in turn is obviously forcing Sandokan to relocate in his own chieftain. It remains to be seen, however, how CSA wants to break this camp. And the one crucial tank, surprisingly, for Enway is not one of the chieftains, it's the EBR Yayas that is still undetected in his bush.
Yeah, now you can see Cosmo making his run. I guess he's carefully trying to see how far he can drive without being spotted. And Seago traded against Holy Tox. I guess we missed it on the other side, but I'm not 100% sure how that happened. It just happened a bit too fast. I guess we can take a look at the tank that actually killed him. but
They are super close together, so I guess they
where
ram
did you see
each other.
Did you see where exactly they were?
In H9. They're both in H9. In like some bushes there. I don't know. I can't really ping it for you. Yeah, you're looking at the right bushes now. If you go closer to that tree, they're both in there, both regs. So I guess they rammed each other.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a fine trade for both teams. Like CSA already has a lot of map control, so they don't necessarily need much more EBR power. But look at this.
Look at the timing, by the way.
Both teams
Enway is
are
pushing up 9-0 line, and similarly, CSA also is pulling tanks there. That's going to be very interesting, and I think the tanks that are spearheaded by Frolisaurus here, if they get spotted, they're going to take a lot of damage. You can see Enway now posturing here and positioning up at the ridgeline in the forest. And Tondula, he might get caught out in the open here. He's way too far forward, taking a lot of damage. And when there is one singled out tank, it's not very hard to do. Focus fire. Luxaurus is going to take the important position at the house, but does get set on fire for it. So that's not good for the side of CSA. Luxaurus immediately dropping. And now CSA, we can see they basically have every single tank in the forest, save one chieftain and one EBR. They need to make this numerical advantage count here, and they need to do so fast. It's only 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Damage being traded left and right, but so far the HP not really in favor of either side.
Yeah, and we're now with a slight HP advantage, but still they are even in tanks. Silker overpeaking with his 279, getting punished by Forgotten and Pomerats. Now CSA 2k HP down, and it looks like they will try to force a fight here. The Crazy War, Frawley, Golder, everyone driving in. Paco being sandwiched there, but Stunny, Lukin, and Sandokan, they're always there. They're always trying to share HP with each other, and I'm not sure if that is a success by CSA.
Nope, CSA trying everything in their power to make this push work here, but so far the Enway tanks are holding strong. I don't know how they're doing that in between that sea of CSA tanks. Stunny, Tuck, and Sandokan still alive, and meanwhile Floki, Mati, Toxic, they can all farm into that pool of CSA tanks. Sakalito that got diverted towards the red line to farm high on the Black Sheep, not even surviving that encounter, and now the CSA tanks just surrounded by the Enway ones, and the push by CSA, it's falling to pieces. Everything is falling apart for CSA. Combat and Cosmo, they know it's over. They're driving in, and I don't think this is actually the first game in between both of those clans that is not going the full distance of 10 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Cosmo doesn't really have any reason to run away now. I guess he will just drive in, deal one more shot of damage into Pomerats, and that's it. So 9-minute game here on Murovankar. Yeah, what are your impressions? Was that well executed camp by Enway, or was that more like a not coordinated enough push by CSA?
I guess it was a super solid defense by Enway. CSA not really finding any weak points in that defense. But then again, it's Murovankar. If you play a lot on camo and everything, if you play your positions correctly, then it all works out. Also, I think the timing didn't work in CSA's favor, because just as they were preparing to push, Enway just in a perfect rotation put the tanks exactly where they needed to be.
Yeah. I mean, you could also think about what would have happened if Enway pushed south, and like basically the CSA tanks that approached from the western side towards the forest would have pushed the base. Maybe that would have been a different outcome, but in the end, game is over. We have to focus, and they also have to focus on what is happening in the next game. 2 minutes time now for preparation, and yeah, CSA with the backs against the wall.
That being said, they are gonna defend now on Muro. It's not the hardest defense to pull off, but we'll see. So yeah, did we go over the other results as well?
Oh, you can do that.
Yes. So GTDX defeating Omgod 3-1. Quick versus Daily, still 2-1 for Quick. Tilt Fists, after being down 1-0 against Mercure, get the 3-1 victory. Pearl against Orzel, 2-1 for Pearl at the moment. Beyond with a 3-0 over NH. Vaku versus Excel is 2-1 in favor of Excel, and that is all the updates we have for now.
Yeah, so 1 minute left. We were both saying CSA is the slight favorite in this match. Obviously, so far only defensive rounds were won, so 3 out of 3 defensive rounds. We can still see 2 more rounds of that match. Oh, actually, Axel won against Rachu, so Axel in the semifinals now. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Enway has prepared for their attack after successfully, making their defensive stance on Murovanker. Yeah, without any issues, I would say. I mean, it was pretty clear in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Wu's a solid defense, and CSA got a bit unlucky with the timing, but even without that, I think they would not have been able to convert that round simply because there was too much open ground to cover for them on the 9-0 line, and they didn't really have crossfire from other positions. All right, Murovanka number 2, game number 4, match point Enway in the quarterfinal of the group stage of the Clan Showdown tournament. Here we go. We see the lineup. CSA, as we said, defending 1279 WBR Rest Chiefs, so I don't think they switched their setup at all. And Enway ditching, what did they have? The Leo?
Yeah.
And replacing it with the Chieftain.
Yeah, I guess the lineup is pretty straightforward on both sides. We can directly hop into the game. Sigo being sent here, one of the 2 EBRs towards the 1-2-3 line. Cosmo again spotting out towards the forest. On the other side, the same players in the same tanks. No surprise there. Holy Tox and Yayas. They were already used on Prokhorovka in their light tanks, so I'm pretty sure we will see them playing those vehicles all over the tournament. And yeah, big push coming from the defensive side of CSA, directly taking the Haldowns here in the forest area. And so far, it looks pretty much the same as we saw for the previous round, just that there's a chieftain on C4.
CSA doesn't seem ready to give up the 1-2 line quite as easily as Enway did. And they don't have a presence. Yeah, they also don't have presence in A7 as of now. So basically, the A7 tanks are normally meant to hold some A line push or also to provide resets. We see Cosmosaurus now, scouting the northern part of the map, which he knows is secure anyway. I guess he's trying to get unlit before committing in for another spotting run. Matlack missing his pot shot at Holy Tox, and it's once again up to the attacker here, which is Enway, to make something happen and to entertain us.
Yeah.
Also, one question that was asked in chat: the points or the arrows, do they also point at the defender when the sides are switched?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
I answered Smiley on Discord already.
Okay. Easy. System working as intended. Pog you. And also what is intended is probably the rotation that's coming in by Enway at the moment. If you take a look at the southmost part of the map, a lot of people in the red team doing their colors sprout and rotating at the red line as you should on Murovanka towards the forest where they are probably going to do a push, even though 7 minutes and 25 seconds means you could do 1 or even 1.5 more rotations.
Yeah, also Mirek, who was basically the only tank on the 2-3 line, now being pulled towards that side. So I guess they will use everything they have, throw in the kitchen sink, and pray for good rolls.
Prayed to
and-
get good pickups. Basically, what Trig did against Tens.
So yeah, taking a look on this side of the blue team, you can see multi-layer defense, as we tend to call it. We have one row of chieftains here, we have another bunch of chieftain here, also the 279 that can basically shoot in here, and one chieftain in the back to provide shots onto anything that is pushing on the 0 line. Yeah, important is that this chieftain can either directly cross in here and try to shoot into that, or he directly closes in, but we will see that soon enough.
Soon TM.
Yeah, now you can see the big push is coming. Sandokan, he is a bit late for the party. Kinda surprised that he's the one being last, if Mirek took a shot already and came from the other side. But yeah.
In comes the Avalanche now by the Anway tanks here. And CSA, they are going to spot them very late, but as they have a multi-layered defense here, it shouldn't be a problem to really withstand that. That being said, it is going to be the gun overmatch temporarily for Anway. I say that, I spoke a bit too soon. Anway has 3 more tanks in the back that are not really contributing, and you can see all the chieftains right now here from the back for CSA. They're firing, and they have an easy time focusing out the enemy tanks. Although Anyway, they are focusing down Golda, who falls immediately. Matlack and the Chief also gets picked up, and both sides taking all of their tanks here to the forest. It's going to be up to individual shooting and also focus fire. And at the moment, it seems to me like the HP, they're dead even, so no advantages here for either side. That being said, CSA has bled more chieftains right now.
Yeah, right now 4 tanks down for Enway, 5 tanks down, now 6 tanks down for CSA. Still on the defending side, still slight HP advantage, but every tank is in there for Enway. So Silker has to now somehow win there against Mirek. I don't think that he can do that because Holy Tox is helping as well. And then, yeah, Enway has straight direction towards the CSA base, dropping another tank. Now should be pretty much good when it comes to the angles, but yeah, trading is still happening here. CSA's crossfire was completely removed, nothing on A6, nothing on D6. We have to see how the slight tank advantage for Enway with 2 additional chieftains will turn out to either win or lose that game.
Yes, there is still that pocket of tanks by CSA in D0 that's holding strong because Sakalito and Wilda and their chieftains respectively are putting in good supportive fire. 4 minutes still to go, but I believe that Sigo might be caught out soon here. The EBR from CSA, that's in B1 right now, and you can see both of the EBRs by Enway. They're trying to find out where he is. They have found him, they have killed him. So now the only tanks remaining for CSA are the chieftains in the 9-0 line, but there are 2 EBRs for Enway, which can easily go cap. And as soon as that happens, CSA won't really have any way to retaliate because all of their chieftains are bound in engagements right now. They cannot really afford to draw anyone off. They're doing it with Wilda because they have to. But I think this is the beginning of the end for CSA in this match here.
Yeah, while they're also being spotted out now, taking 2 shots immediately. CSA's only full HP tank there, or nearly full HP tank, is Saka. 20 seconds left on the cap. While they're on a 1-shot, 18 seconds into the cap circle. Yaya's in a very obvious push if someone has time to blind fire, but it's only 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7. Wilder should be able to put at least 1 shot in if he can find one of them. Yeah, there is the reset on Holy Tox in the last seconds. Also low roll and bounce from Yaya's. So Wilder might actually be able to put in a 2nd shot. Good shooting here. Anyway, down in HP, but look, it's only 4 tanks left. 3 tanks, Sakalito with basically all the HP. And
well, not basically, he has all the HP.
1 against 8 in the tournament battle, I don't really see that happening.
Maybe he's gonna get the one that everyone wants. Maybe he's gonna get Kolobanov, but yeah, Anway is not gonna let this one slip out of their fingers here. Holy Tox taking another shot by Sakalito, dropped to 29 HP, and we can see Sakalito, he's I guess he wanted to do a smart play to go over to like a3 to survive longer, but yeah, 2 minutes on the clock. It is worthy to mention, though, that Amway are at the moment on 2,246 HP, so not even a full Chieftain remaining here. And Yayas is going to get tagged once more by Sakalito before Sakalito dies. And we have Enway standing as the winner of the Czech Derby here in the quarterfinals, excuse me.
Yeah, that means that Enway now proceeds to the semifinals. Only 1,500 HP left, but yeah, distributed onto like 6 tanks or 7 tanks even. So yeah, maybe a bit of a lack of focus fire there. Holy Tox, 3.4k damage. Well done by him. Also Yaya's 3 kills. Both EVRs contributing a lot to this game. And yeah, good stuff coming in here from Enway, winning the attacker round on Murovankar. And I guess it's time to take a quick look at the results. 3-1 Enway, 3-1 between Pearl and Orgel, also known as Nomi. Quick winning 3-1 against Daily. Axel winning 3-1 against Vachu. GTDX winning 3-1 against Omgod. A lot of 3-1s. Tilt Fists winning, you guessed it, 3-1 against Merku or Merq. Beyond 3-0 against NH, also making it into the semi-final. And we saw...
did Quick play? Did Quick or Daily win?
Quick played 3-1.
They won against Daily?
Yeah, okay. And obviously we saw that pretty early already. 3-0 between Tilt Rage and 3PX. Obviously Viter was the first one to close in the game with 3-0.
All right, I'll guess we have ourselves a small break to rest our voices. Maybe we'll be back sooner rather than later because possibly teams want to start earlier. If not, I guess we'll be back at 20... 30?
No, 21:30.
21:30 or 40? 40.
Well, 40 for the stream.
Yeah, 40 for the stream. All right.
Yeah. So, see you in a moment. That will hopefully be short break, and then we will be right back. See you. Hi guys, we are back.
Yep, we are back with a semifinal in between Excel and Storm. If you want to see players POV, Barbarian on YouTube is covering that as well from the side of Storm. Taking a look at the predictions right now in chat, the odds are sort of stacked for Storm. Obviously, that being a Polish team being reinforced with some Legios from the Russian server. I think
Derp
Brainbreaker.
just put 10k on Excel.
Thank you. Personally, I think Thunder or Storm is gonna win as well, but we're gonna see. Obviously, we are going.
Biased caster, man.
Unlucky. You're gonna have to go with me, I guess. Ensk sides are being reversed, so what would normally be the defending side for stuff like Clan Wars is now the attacker side due to balance reasons. And taking a look at the setup, pretty heavy stuff here from the side of Storm coming in with what is it, like double E4, triple E3, one Super Conk, double Chief, 150, 60 TP, rest 279s, and a more conventional yet still very heavy lineup here for Excel coming in with a lot of 279s, some Chieftains, and E4 in the mix.
Yeah, also Excel kind of forgot, I don't know, to break the fence there. You could see it, that was the one that Random Style just broke. Usually very important if you want to spot all those lightly armored TDs in their sight while they're vulnerable, then that's the time. But yeah, we can see a big blue bubble here spreading over the 7 and 0 line. Aljo, Gerhometa and 1 HP being faced there by Thinking and Frugo, while Amorant, Malgurn, Spiele, Puppy, Shadow and Immensive are now pushing into the two chieftains there, Yannick and Crespix.
Very interesting stuff here from the side of Storm, actually pushing those E3s and 279s very, very far through the rails, generating a lot of information and basically cutting Excel in half with that. However, all the 279s by Excel here on the field dishing out a lot of damage, yet taking some as well. Those E3s and E4s with the 375mm pen, obviously no issues dealing with the 279s frontally. This means now that all of the 279s are sort of being pushed down. Amaranth, aka Evid Tank, taking a lot of damage as well. Puppy, big connection into him, 800 something there. And this means, still the HP are pretty even. However, Excel doing a push through the city. We're going to see when they're going to get spotted. Dakilla already spotted here, taking one shot, taking two for his troubles, and taking a third one. I guess that's what the 50B there was for. Brainbreaker doing a lot of damage there in the city of Ensk. And that push through the city is going to get stopped in its tracks. The 50B now even looking for more, taking one more shot, doing one more to Dakilla here. Dakilla going to get picked up, and that city repush by Excel certainly not working out in their favor. As you can see, the hungry sharks of the Storm team encroaching onto Mo and Sean here. They're not going to live very long to tell the tale, obviously. This brings Excel into action on the field, where they now need to make a desperate push, but they're going to be met by the TD guns of the E3s and E4s. And
yeah, a lot of
HP,
those 750 alpha guns, I mean, you can see it right now. Excel down nearly 10k HP. They were up at some point to like nearly 5k HP or even a bit more, but now, yeah, stuck between a hard rock. Here you can see this triple TD layer there. Targus, Piotr and Hark here all giving out those big 750 damage chunks. Well, there might be a temporary win here on the side of Excel on the green part, but yeah, you can see Vampire coming back, Barbarian coming back, the cap is being started, Barkis 3k HP, full HP 60 TP, still rolling, and then there is Puppy on a one shot, Spieler on 500 HP, Shadow on 600, and yeah, I don't see Excel turning around that game with only 1k HP left.
Yeah, and even though this is a very, very one-sided affair at the moment, I'm still glad we're able to spectate this game, because the Russian clans are very, very known for being extremely knowledgeable about Ensk. So yeah, the fact that we're able to spectate this here possibly is an inspiration for other teams as well, since Ensk is not going to only stay in the map pool for qualifiers and group stage, but it also will be in the map pool for the playoff stage of the tournament. So a lot of interested eyes probably on this matchup at the moment. Wow, take a look at the damage numbers, the E3s and E4s, namely Hakir and Random Style. They're 6 and 5k HP of damage to their name. Pretty
Also
good stuff.
great pen rate here. 11 shots hit and 10 penetrated from Brainbreaker. He was one of the 50 Bs, or one of the tanks in the city. Yeah, well, crunching the push of Excel. Not much to say. Convincing stuff here from Storm. I guess Barbarian was busy driving around. He was first driving towards the city and then helping out on a different flank. But yeah.
And taking a look at the other results as well. Obviously, we just saw Storm taking the 1-0 against Excel. Tilt is leading against Enjoy, and Trig with a 1-0 over GTX for the time being. The other matches being yeah, just to mention them, basically Vitor against Quick, Pearl against Beyond. We're gonna see who will emerge there as the victor.
And I think you forgot the Enway versus Tilt Fist.
Ah, yeah, true.
And you also forgot to ready up in your spectator tank.
You know, with age not only comes wisdom, but also forgetting about a lot of stuff. All right, time for a quick sneak peek here for game number 2 into the setup that Storm is bringing. Once again, Barkis there with a 60 TP, Brainbreaker with a 50B. Then we have how many is it? 1, 2, 3 E4s, 1 Super Conk once again, Beyond taking the 1-0 over Pearl.
I think it's only 2 E4s. I'm not sure where you found the third one. But
I don't know.
Triple E3, double E4, 160
yeah,
TP.
I'm tripping.
Looks like it's the same. Let's sort by vehicles. So yeah, it's the same.
Why didn't I do that immediately? Oh my god.
They have they don't have that many 279s anymore. So we had 5 279s before.
Only one now.
And only one now. We can also obviously change that here by vehicle type. And yeah, you can see bunch of chieftains, 160 TP. I really like that new functionality, especially if you're an FC and you have like 15 tanks to control in 3 minutes. So you can see how many of what you have already.
Yep. All right, game number 2 in between Excel and Storm, as we already mentioned. Storm not really switching up their lineup, and Excel staying heavy as well. 1 E4, once again, what seems to me like 5 chieftains, and that makes the remaining number of 9 279s here. The first round, to be honest, wasn't really that much of a fight. It seemed to me like Storm was reading Excel like an open book. The 279s on the field got slaughtered by the E3s and E4s, and the city repush was expected and got countered. So now let's see what Excel can possibly bring to the table in their, I think it's their defense. No, their offense, right?
It's their defense.
Defense. Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, you can see a big commitment there into the city. Puppy leading the charge. And now the chieftains, Evi, are driving in there together with Aubrey, directly taking the windows, taking the ramp, trying to find out where exactly enemy forces are positioned. And I think
Ooh, Puppy directly 1100 HP. That's gotta hurt. And you see the positions that Barkis and Piotr have, those are so difficult to deal with, especially the E3 is basically invulnerable and can shoot there with impunity. However, the city push, it's rolling by Excel, and Aubrey is taking the brunt of the damage so far, immediately dropping out. Good focus fire here from the side of Storm, and it's starting to really, really hurt the HP. Garumeda dropping down to a one-shot, and so far the Excel push not really finding success, not really finding kills. Barbarian there in his Superconk farming away happily, and the kills are just keep coming here. Brainbreaker with the repush with the 50B, just picking up kills left, right, and center, driving out into the open in front of 4 tanks, but it doesn't seem to matter. And now the reinforcements are coming in by Storm, and they are going to slaughter this push here. That came by Excel. It was a blind push, and it was received so well.
Yeah, I mean, even at the early part of the push, when there were a lot of tanks still in the cap area from Storm, like, there was a gun advantage, but they just drove into 2 strong positions. You saw Puppy made like half the way and lost half his HP already, and now you can see the construction site is being tidied up by Storm. Excel was successfully demounted and sent back into their garage.
Wait, who was mounted this game? What? Yeah, the last remainders of the Excel team here on the rails are getting pushed. Buck is this time not gonna finish the game full HP. Tarks there is still on 14 HP, not yet picked up. Malgon maybe should load HE in his 279 to finish him off. We'll see if that happens. Shinobi just getting torn to pieces. Malgorn, I don't think he had HE loaded, and now it's only Immensive and Alio holding the Excel flag uptight in this game. Immensive getting picked up by Barkis, and now Alio, the only remaining guy here. Oh, that's a hard pill to swallow if you're Excel, honestly. Like, that was never close in either of the 2 rounds, but it is a best of 5. They still have chances. Hope you.
Sand River, next map to be played on, so we might see some S-Conk there coming from Barbarian again. But yeah, sorting the vehicles here, you can see all those tank destroyers. Hefty amount of damage. 4k here from Tarks, 4.4k from Chucky Storm, 4k from Random Style. I guess that was a fire or something if he does it with only 4 shots of damage. But yeah, also 888 from Brainbreaker initiating the repush there into the inner courtyard. Yeah, great stuff. What can I say?
Yep, well played overall to the side of Storm in those 2 rounds of Ensk. Quick ones, decisive ones.
Ready up your spectator tank, please.
Oh, I keep forgetting, man. I don't know. It's like at this time I should probably retire. Vito against Quick, 0-1, or rather 1-0 for Quick at the moment. So Vito, I think, dropping the first round in the qualifier here. And Tilt Fists are winning against Anway at the moment. So the Czech team that threw out CSA trailing.
Yeah, but also that means that we have the fastest game right now on our hands. And in case we should see a 3-0, we will for sure have time to take a look at the other games and hopefully catch some more games for you.
All right, so what do we make for Sandriver of the setup that we are seeing right now? WBR 1907, 1CS, and Chieftains.
If I see it correctly, Storm is defending. Excel was defending the last round of Ensk. By the way, Raid just made the 2nd victory against Enjoy. Yeah, I mean, 2 mediums are usually secondary spotters, or I guess the 907 was just swapped out. 2 tanks still not selected by Frugo and Tarks. 30 seconds left, I guess no hurries there. But yeah, you can see the 3 imports there, Barbarian, Random Style, and Brainbreaker, on crucial tanks for information gathering and information sharing. So you often see this northern CS push under the
Oh,
big
double
tune there.
CS now, actually, yeah.
So
That can be interesting. Also, if you mount a turbo on the 907, it's actually not that
it's
slow.
actually double CS and 907.
Yeah, so that can be a pretty good rotational force here for the side of Storm. Let's hop into round number 3. It is 2-0 for Storm at the moment. Excel has to win 3 in a row to stay alive in the qualifier. And yeah, I guess they will do everything possible to them to make it happen. But if it actually happens, we shall see right now. First of all, they need to win this game. And for the side of Excel, we see 2279, 1 CS, 1 EBR, and the rest is Chieftains. So this means on the rotations in the long run, Storm will possibly win. They don't have quite the hold down power of Excel, but they are a lot quicker when it comes to generating new angles.
Yeah, and you can see right now the double EBR is spreading out. Brainbreaker decides to push towards the middle, while Random Style is going towards the K line. We were discussing it at the beginning. We have 3 mediums from the side of Storm. You can see Frugo, Tarks, and Barbarian. All 3 approaching the middle area. Brainbreaker even putting in a shot.
That is ultimate disrespect when the scouts don't even care about getting spotted. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting brawl here in the south. Both of the teams sending a lot of tanks there. But keep in mind, the 2279 in the middle, yes, it might have good shots onto the K line, but if it comes to an all-out brawl, then the mediums from the Storm team are so much quicker to relocate and possibly pitch in. It doesn't seem to me like they're doing that at the moment. 907 and CS getting sent towards the north, and Excel taking very, very aggressive positions with some of their chieftains here, not wishing to let Storm get hold of that red line at the K line.
Yeah, but Gerdo and
Random Style just
randomly disappear. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on what is happening there with Tarks and the other medium. You can see Frugo trying to kill Shadow there on only 121 HP. And if they're immediately taking over this side, they can pressure the base.
Oh god, Sean, what are you doing, my dude?
Drop because he's getting shot in the back, I guess, from the chieftains, and that does not look that great when it comes to the positions. I mean, Excel's still up some HP, but we emphasized that at the beginning that they started with a much heavier setup. Now, if Evi is able to full HP cross there, okay, he took 1 shot, but he might actually be able to help out Sean there. And yeah, we will need to see how the situation stabilizes now, right? When I was selling that, Hakir picked up 1 HP. And you can also see at the bottom left corner, Brainbreaker is basically already beyond the base of Excel.
Yeah, he's being chased by a CS right now, by Puppy, so he needs to be careful, but the problem is Barbarian there with a smart push through the lower side, and the CS opens up a new front onto Sean, who needs to turn away. Now it's going to be the King descending onto Sean, making him a one-shot, and this means that Excel needs to do something, and indeed they're starting to push the southern side. Now, the trades, they're actually going so far in their favors. Also, the position's quite nice. Chucky has to drop away there, and yeah, it's going to be Chiefs brawling against each other, hold down now, but Storm, meanwhile, they have taken everything on the map, everywhere. They have all the angles they could ever need. So Excel, they need to make it happen in the southern brawl here. They need to win it. They need to win it fast. They need to win it decisively. At the moment, it's not really going their way so far.
Yeah, you can see it, like all the shots coming in there from Barbarian, Tarks, Brainbreaker, Frugo, everyone tries to give some shots, and yeah, while the Excel tanks are trying to overpeak, there are many tanks to provide crossfire, but you're still crossfiring hull down chieftains, so that southern encounter looks pretty good for Excel now.
Yes, Hakir, the last chieftain in that ditch, actually left alive, but Geomurder and Invictus should be able to free peek him and thus pick him up. And now it's suddenly the side of Storm left with some map control with the 907 in the middle, but they are lacking combat tanks here now. There's so many chieftains still left for the defender, for the attackers. excuse me, for the side of Excel. 6 minutes left, so time is not an option to play with here. The king now dying for Storm, and suddenly it's only 3 tanks. It's Barbarian, Brainbreaker, and Tarks here left for the side of Storm, and one of them is an EBR, and he carries all HP. So,
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're trying to get out some more guns now, but I guess Brainbreaker just drove in and decided that this will not be winnable anymore. Malgon high rolls Brainbreaker.
And yeah, Malgon should also be able to win out that engagement here against Barbarian. That only leaves Tarks, who's trying to pad his stats a little. He's not even connecting his shots at the moment. Actually, Malgon with a misplay here. I'm not sure if he bounced, but also Barbarian not dealing damage. What are they doing there? It's like ring around the rosy. Finally, Malgon able to pick up Brainbreaker. Tarks, the only one left, he does get picked up, but Cap would have secured the win. And Excel, they are not going down without a fight here. 2-1 now for the side of Storm.
Yeah, and with that game being closed in, Axel was attacking, obviously now on the defending side. Let's see what they have to offer.
Also, partial results are in, or rather results for the matches are in. Vito against Quick 1-1, Raid Team 1 against Enjoy 3-0. We just saw Storm taking 2, or rather Excel coming back with 1-2 against Storm at the moment. Pearl trailing against Beyond 0-2. Tilt Fists against Enway 2-0 for the Fists, and Trick 2-0 against GTDX.
Yeah, please immediately ready up your spectator tank before you forget it. And if you take a look at random style, no hits received.
No, he crashed full
crashed
HP.
full HP.
Yeah, he crashed full HP with, I don't know if it was down to lag or something, but he did a somersault, and then his tank was unable to operate further.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff by Axel. Not going down without a fight. And yeah, the other games are obviously also still running. I think you mentioned, I guess every game updated in the meantime. So Trick GTD, I guess not a big surprise. Trick was very convincing after struggling a bit against Tens. They won 3-0 against, I think, all of the opponents after that. So 3-0 against All In, 3-0 against Chess, now 2-0 against GTD. I would have expected the Enway versus Tilt Fist game to be a bit less one-sided. Looks like Ensk was not the favorite map of Enway there. Maybe they can come back on Sand River. And Beyond also somewhat of a surprise, maybe. What do you think?
Then again, I don't think Beyond was really tested yet. Like, who were their opponents so far? Let me take a look. Beyond. So Beyond faced Until, NH, and now they're playing against Pearl. I guess Pearl, I mean, I don't want to shit talk Until and NH, but I think Pearl is the first real test.
Well, I know that Beyond was training, but with several teams, including like All In. They trained with Quick and with Wire. I guess beside Trick, they're the only of those teams that are still in the tournament. But yeah, we will see how that proceeds while we will watch the 4th round between Excel and Storm. Okay.
Obviously, sides are going to be switched, and let's take a look at the setups. Storm coming in with WBR 1CS 1279, and the rest is Chieftains. Random Style still on the EBR, so probably trying to make up for his mistake last round. Excel 1 EBR 1 CS double VZ, and some Chieftains.
Yeah, if some of the viewers maybe haven't heard about this position, so one thing that you can do with the VZ from this side is that you drive them up here onto this elevated position and then provide with cross shots onto tanks that are crossing on this side. I guess we will find out if that is what is going to happen now. So, yeah. Who will...
We will see what happens. Interestingly, the double BZ gets sent to F3. They're trying to counter the EBR. Also, basically all the chieftains from XL are getting sent towards the south. The same applies to the Storm chieftains. Only 1279, where last game we saw 2 with Piotr 40k playing that one. Storm upholding presence in the north with 1 chieftain at the dunes in D78.
I'm not sure if they're aware of Piotr being there. I guess now they are, as he just put a shot into Puppy. But
however, I guess we are in for a full-on brawl here down in the southern part of the map, and immediately Shinobi getting dropped here, well focus fired, and XL, they are committed, they cannot stop here, and they're doing the smart thing, they're dropping into the K-line, thus taking all of the tanks that are already committed in by Storm out of the equation. Vampire immediately gets set on fire, Tarx has to retreat away, Yannick the same thing, Puppy and Huey, both of the VZs getting eliminated, but they probably did their clips already, and suddenly the positions, they are reversed. The team that started in the west now has the southern peaks here against the team of Storm, and it is a full-on rich fight. Right now the HP are going back and forth, they're sort of even. The guns, the same thing applies to them, but yeah, Drants dropping left and right. Phil, save me, what's happening?
Yeah, Axel with a clear tank advantage right now. You can see it, Storm has double EBR. But yeah, obviously the full HP EBRs will not provide that much HP for the actual fight. Now Axel dropping HP left, right, center down to roughly 2/3 of the HP. And you can see Brainbreaker and Random Style in the middle of everyone trying to dish out some shots. Now Immensive in a heap of trouble. Yeah, I would say he will be the next one to drop, and Axel only 4 tanks left. I give it a good shot, I would say, but in the end, Storm was too strong. 3-1 for Storm. I would say a bit of an expected result, but not a big, not a big thing for, not a big thing for Excel to lose against a team that was hyped that much before the tournament was started.
Indeed, and as Shadow the Lone Wolf indeed is the Lone Wolf here for XL trying to cap, obviously it's not going to happen. We find ourselves at a 3-1 scoreline after a pretty quick series in between both of that, and that leads me to hope that we will maybe possibly even get more matches from, or rather more games from different matches to spectate.
Yep. So loading into the garage tells us that there was a 3-0 victory from Trick. I will just leave you the post-battle screens here while clicking through the other games. So Tilt is still in their 2-0 at Centriver. Pearl Beyond also still 2-0, and Vitor Quick is 1-1 right now. So
that means we are guaranteed at least one more game in this matchup.
I guess we will just wait to see which match will finish first and then swap to that round. Yeah, congrats to Storm, and also congrats to, I think it was Trick. Yeah, Trick in Group 2, Storm in Group 1, both making it into the finals. And I guess having some preparation time now, while the other teams have to still make it to, I guess, to fill in the last spots. What was the third game that is over already? That was the Raid versus Enjoy game. Yeah. So yeah, we will see Storm versus the winner of Vitor versus Quick, which is currently in their third game and is on the 1-1 breakpoint. We have 2 more matches running with Beyond and Pearl and Enway and Tilt Fists, both of them started 2-0.
So let's just hope one of those matches finishes soon and it doesn't end the match, so we can actually join into that one.
So Raid is waiting for the winner of Beyond and Pearl, while Storm is waiting for the winner of Viter and Quick. Tilt
there we
Fist
go.
just won against Enway. That is Group 2. That would mean that Trick plays against Tilt Fist. Right?
Should be.
Yeah. So that would be our first match. Then obviously Raid versus, as I said, Pearl or Beyond. And Vita versus Quick still on a 1-1 scoreline. Let's see who decides that one.
Let's just hope the Sand River in between Vita and Quick is not like a 10-minute camp, so we don't have to talk over the garage for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is like it is. I could, in the meantime, highlight Puppy's amazing performance here. Beyond 1-3-0 against Pearl. That means that this is over as well, and that is more or less full German final, Beyond versus Raid, if I see that correctly. Because that's the Rumble Beyond team with Shorty leading it, I guess. The motivation boost was not really there.
Right, so let's wait to see. Yeah, I guess we're going to stream the last game in between Beta and Quick, and or the last possible games, and that will decide who is going to face off against Storm in the finals of Group 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Elevator music. Okay, it's fine. That was enough elevator music. I guess we can sort of talk about the setup that that Quick has. It's quickly summed up. WBR, 1 Super Conquest Chiefs. I guess you can tell they're playing Sand River.
Yep. I mean, could be Muravanka as well, I guess. But yeah, I guess we can change the mod already to Viter versus Quick. Big.
You even have Quick?
Yeah, I think I do. I think I don't.
So you're gonna have to go with the high production value again.
Okay. I will do that like this. I will quickly download the. Oh, Viter!
Oh, there we go.
With a victory! Okay, so we will watch the perspective of
the spectator.
The spectator perspective of Quick. That means the mod is already configured correctly. And I will quickly download the clan logo of Quick.
Craigasm, dude.
And add it to the mod. So, and I'm so well prepared. So what I did now is that I renamed the quick logo to default, which is the World of Tanks logo that I used for the placeholder. And we
Crazy.
I know, like, I'm so well prepared again. Okay, so Peter on the defending side of Sand River, playing against Quick, who will attack now with double EBR, 1 S-Conk, 279, and a bunch of Chieftains. What are your expectations, Key?
I guess we are going to see some sort of self-commitment by Chieftains and some EBRs driving around. And maybe the 279 getting sent to the middle. Almost like we just watched Sand River, right? But yeah, it's mostly interesting what the defender does actually on Sand River. If they decide to also commit south or if they try to do some north play. That is mostly what I'm interested and waiting to see what, like we all have to wait and see what Vita actually does here. Gonna be down to that.
Yeah, 30 seconds until the game starts. I guess we will soon find out. And yeah, then we can see if our prediction and your prediction will be right.
What do you mean by prediction? I didn't predict shit.
Well, the prediction on who is going where.
All right, in we go. We waited long enough. Long have we waited. Now we not debated because we're gonna watch a game of World of Tanks taking place, and Vitor on the defensive side coming in with only one EBR, double 907, and a CS. Rest is Chieftains, obviously. And to be honest, I think that's also a south commitment. I mean, you can do something different, obviously, but we'll see in 5 seconds. Because like the CS and the double 907, they can be pulled into the brawl. Right, as predicted, the 279 heading towards the middle for the defending side here as we're spectating the EBR that will be trying to generate information, obviously. The EBRs are not directly going to meet, as the red team, the attackers, are sending one also to the upside to spot if there is any north commitment by the defenders, which there isn't really. There's one chieftain being sent, but he's going to stay rather passive. And yeah, the defender is sending a lot of chieftains towards the south, some middle positions for some tanks as well. And interestingly enough, the team that spawned in the east is not going south, but instead they're fanning out, taking sort of everything on the eastern part of the map, even sending chieftains to B0. Not sure how well that is going to go. There is 2 chieftains committed up the K line, but should the attackers, which is Wick, should they opt to overpush them, they're being covered by a lot of tanks, so they would bleed heavily for that.
Yeah, you can see the 2 chieftains on the lower side of the map are now basically holding the incoming forces from Vitor. Vitor on the defense, they don't have to push there. We can take a look at the 907s there as well. They now decided to pull out of the northern area. So Paki actually quite lucky to get out full HP there. And now he should be able to help the black 996 crossfiring against the triple chieftain there.
And yeah, so far, I guess the triple chieftain in the north now being reinforced with a 279 for the side of the attackers. So that is not something that could be easily broken. Yeah. In the meanwhile, the K line being heavily pressured by the defending team. However, they need to obviously overpeak to deal damage on the pushed up chieftains here, and they're paying a lot for it. I don't think they can sustain doing that. That being said, the defending team has pushed up quite a lot of chieftains here on the K line. The super conk in the near the base does drop because Stepbro Eurex was pushed up very, very far in his 907. And finally, also Camille Pierre 8 on the K line dies here. He was the chieftain that was pushed up the furthest, which means that is an angle eliminated here.
Usually you say if you're trading even in HP and dropping some guns, that leads to you having more obviously DPM in total, keeping the guns in the game. Especially as Viter is the defending team, they can now slowly take back their one-shot tanks and yeah, step by step pull back into their defensive stance if they want. So we can see the HPs are pretty even, 500 HP up. I guess the EBR will try to shoot the lower plate of the chieftain, but it's pretty angled, so he might not even risk it. So yeah, taking a look at the minimap, you can see somewhat of a rotation here. You can see here multiple tanks might have been ordered to go there. One chieftain potentially going back to the position where the 907 was before. And still we have the 907 here, putting a lot of pressure into the middle area. But while I was talking about exactly this tank, he picks up another kill. So 3-0 in terms of vehicles lost now or vehicles destroyed, depending on for which team you're cheering. But Viter still dropping some HP, so on the HP level we're pretty much even.
That being said, obviously the gun advantage for the defending team can be a deciding factor, and one of the tanks, basically the 907s, both of them. Oh, actually, there comes the first kill back. The EBR, I think, even setting the 907 on fire.
Yeah,
so
there was
Eurex
the 907 in the middle, I guess.
It was the EBR picking up the kill. So
yeah, I think it was the red EBR here shooting this way. But yeah, not a lot stuff is happening. It's more about the preparation for the next move. You can see the chieftain there is now being supported by 3 of his buddies, while Lager in his CS63 pushes through, dodges the shot of the 279. And yeah, now we have to see if the focus fire is good enough to successfully trade out Alayan Never Lucky, something like that.
I mean, Alayan has the problem that his 279 is basically angled downwards, so his armor is not working at all. Every single shot penetrating him. That's a the 4th kill actually for that team. And yeah, so that was an easy pickup. I think it came at not a lot of cost. It eliminates one further position, and now finally, I think the tanks of Quick have had enough here. They're forming up to basically repush the position they just got chased out of. I don't know why Elak is already committing in with his chieftain. That was just plain suicide, basically. He didn't even wait for his full HP buddies to be joining from the base. I don't know why Lixon is already starting the battle here when Seal Officer is not even there yet. So I guess they're a bit over eager here, but in the end, the superior numbers should enable them to trade sort of well here. Keep in mind, though, Meister Brzine from the side, he is able to provide crossfire. So, yeah, also from the top of the dune is coming crossfire. This is not a good-looking repush, to be honest. As we were saying, that Lager is getting pushed by Double Chieftain here, pays the ultimate price. One of the chieftains also falling here, Machias, and Quick. Slowly but surely getting whittled down by the Vita forces. It's just gun after gun dropping in little skirmishes. The south has been won by Vita. The north is about to be won. So yeah, I guess not the most exciting of games to watch, but in the end a secure victory.
Yeah, I would say
Vita.
it was pretty methodical. I really liked that the defending team stabilized their important initial positions and then decided to step by step take some of the map control and directly put an end to it before there has to be the time running out or anything like that. And now you obviously also know why Viter was already having a name and Quick not, because we obviously knew who would win.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess that leaves us with 3 finals to be played in this group stage of the Clan Showdown tournament. The first one is going to be Storm against Quick. Not going to put in Quick yet, so I'm not going to spoiler anyone.
Quick
the second
just got kicked out.
Storm against Vita, sorry. That's my brain being dumb. The second one will be Trick against the Tilt Fists. And the third one is Beyond against the Tilt Raid team.
Yeah.
It's important to note that those two could actually, like the Fists and the Raid team, they could meet each other in the group stage, I think, since the rules got changed.
Yeah, that's correct. One thing that I just was informed about, Beyond and Raid decided to start a bit early already. This game will start in 7 minutes, as you can see here right now. But yeah, so we will first watch Beyond Tilt and then jump into the
whatever else is left.
Exactly. So yeah, don't go anywhere. The game will start in 6 minutes from now. We will take a quick break and then we will be right back for the final of Qualifier in Group 3.
Well, hello everyone, and once again, welcome back to the Clan Showdown Tournament Qualifier 1. And after some stream time already, we find ourselves in the first finals. Both teams agreed to play a little earlier, so we are going to start with that one and then jump to whatever matches are left. We are seeing Beyond against the Raid team playing in the Tilt Clan. And yeah, those are mostly two German teams. So we had a Czech derby already. Now it's going to be a German one in between Beyond and Raid. And yeah, let's take a look at the lineups. Beyond coming in here with WBR 9907, one Leopard, triple 279, and the rest is Chiefs. Meanwhile, Raid a lot heavier actually. That is WBR 1CS, quadruple Chief, and the rest is 279s.
So the true question is Hannes good enough to take care of two EBRs on the set of Beyond?
I guess if you ask him, he would even ask for a third, but yeah, we'll see. Hannes here in the EBR directly going towards the middle, trying to get that initial spot. No surprising stuff there. Southern side is the one that's attacking, so Raid in red. Tasked with defeating Beyond on their defense here. And we see Beyond sending a lot of tanks to the middle, and Raid basically doing the same thing.
Yep. Hannes trying to find out where the enemy push is coming, if there is one coming. And yeah, it is coming, but on the other side. So Hannes was spotting the 5-6-7 line while the push is coming on the 2-3 line. And yeah, it's coming pretty quickly there. Beyond looks like they're still not spotted because Monster Killer der Tote was providing them with a spotting screen. Now Hannes spotted out the push. Lukas, Florian, Wilhelm, everyone pushing in there directly. Aladdin has to pull back. He might have been a bit late there. And yeah, if they're paying attention to that, Aladdin will immediately drop.
We'll see. Aladdin, he's running and he's getting to safety here. Humpty Dumpty over the stone, but he does only take one shots for his troubles. Meanwhile, Timiate's Artie getting picked up by Davai Management. Love that nickname in the middle of the map. The 279s battling it out there, and it's basically a full-on brawl in between the 279s. Shorty, the second one to fall, one kill per team at the moment. HP still in their favor of Raid. And yeah, Raid, they have taken North control over the A line at the moment. They have more tanks in the middle, but that in turn means that the angles are working in favor of Beyond.
Yeah, you can see right now Beyond has 3k HP disadvantage, but both teams have a lot of tanks that are not directly influencing the fight. You see the 907s on C1 in the middle of a rotation. You have a Chieftain at the lower side, Katya there. He's also not able to contribute with any damage. Kalium just got into the game. And we will have to see if Beyond can actually hold here, while the CS on A6 is, yeah, putting in one shot after the other. Beyond dropping a lot of HP all over the map, and I'm not sure if they weren't sure about the angles or what the problem is, but they dropped to minus 8k HP over right now, and it looks like their defending stance is, yeah, leading to somewhat of a repush now. Shocker and 5 are pushing into Destroyer, who is there in his CS, and I'm pretty sure he will be supported by his allied Chieftains and 279s. Yeah, one shot, two shots coming into Shocker. Good decision making again by Destroyer to push out the 907 there. You can see 5 got pushed out, while Destroyer focused the lower HP one. But yeah, even though this angle was eliminated now, we can for sure say that the HP advantage is by far not gone.
Oh, the HP advantage is still there and going strong. 6k. It's dwindling a bit now, but finally the shots are coming back. Scarf dropping down to a one shot here, needs to be careful. Jackathor taking a lot of damage here in the middle next to his buddy Lemisandros, who already dropped Jackathor down to 36 HP, needs to be very, very cautious. And yeah, he does drop here, so the HP advantage for Tilt, it is still there, 7k, but the guns, they're turning into Beyond's favor. Kalium now trying to push out of the middle, as we can see Monster Killer der Tote in his EBR relocating on the 1-2 line, and immediately that 1-2 line is also where we should be looking, as Tilt is attempting a repush, and the attempt seems to be successful. Mystery Bob in full retreat, getting set ablaze here even. He's not going to make it out. Hannes coming in for the final kill shot and secures that one. And yeah, now Tilt with 8.5k HP advantage should have no issues cleaning up the remainders of the Beyond team.
Yeah, Florian, he should be the next one to drop, and you can see all those tanks there in the middle. 68 HP, 200 HP, 300 HP, 157. That is pretty much a mop-up operation, and yeah, they should focus on what they want to do on their attacking side, because now, we saw it earlier, Raid has the option of just sitting back, taking some STRVs, taking some 279s, and yeah, enjoying the pleasure of being the defending team.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, so quick 1-0 here for the team of Raid. Looked pretty good for them. Yeah, the brawl in the middle going well for them. I guess individual player skill is also something we should maybe talk about here.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Hannes, 4 kills, 2.2k damage, 2.2k spotting. Let's see. He didn't exactly match. He has more kills, more damage, but less combined spotting than the 2 EBRs from Beyond. So I would say Hannes on even footage with the double EBR from Beyond, but for sure holding up to his promises of the 1v3. So Raid deserved victory here in round 1. You can see the other 2 special battles, Trick versus Tilt Fists and Viter versus the 78679 Thunder team from obviously the Clan Storm. Will start their game soon.
So let's take a look at the lineups. Not completely decided yet. Shorty and Lucas still not having picked tanks yet, but seems to be a different approach here on the offensive side for Beyond. Picking 4 907s at least, maybe possible future ones also coming in. In a time of turbos being available to heavy tanks, I'm sometimes not sure if 277s or 260s are not possibly the better option to push, because yes, you maybe that little bit slower, but in the end, the sustain that you have when pushing, simply because you bounce more shots and also you have more HP, obviously, does tend to come in handy.
Yeah, and always you saw it in the middle of Fisherman's Bay. It's not that you can really let your DPM work, but it's more like trading shot for shot. So usually the heavy tanks with their 440 or even 490 alpha guns have an advantage over the 320 from the 907. But keep in mind, 907s can definitely spot using the bushes, and there are a lot of them on Fisherman's Bay. So if you're getting your EBR slaughtered by Hannes, then you still have 4 potential passive spotters with your 907s.
Okay, so lineups finalized now. No more 907s being added. Instead, it's double 279 here coming out on top of the Chieftains. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. It mostly depends also on the lineup of the defender, obviously, since the attacker needs to react to that one first and foremost to find out how to break it.
Talking about breaking things, the 279 armor might not be broken in this game. I see 8 of them. 4 Chieftains, 1 CS, 1 Leopard, and Hannes in the triple EBR. And on the other hand, I mean, we were discussing that already. quadruple 907 and only 2 279s. So Raid with a much heavier setup. Also the HP indicates that, more than 2k HP difference. And obviously with Hannes, the spotting advantage as well.
Now the lot of the 907s from Beyond immediately suggests that they want to push something from the start, and that's not really what they're doing, to be honest. They're splitting up. Hannes taking one shot already here by Monster, and yeah, he's gonna limp away from that engagement. Sort of heavy 1-2 line control getting taken by the attacking team. Meanwhile, Tilt, or Raid rather, they have basically everyone committed to the middle with some snipers in the back. And yeah, it's sort of a big pincer that we're seeing out of Beyond at the moment. We're going to have to see how that pincer actually works out, because with all of those 279s in the middle, which is sort of the higher ground, it can be difficult to damage them if you don't have the correct angles taken.
Yeah, now you can see the EBR Princess and Benny here approaching the city. He's obviously not aware of Destroyer being put into this cheeky bush there. So I would say Benny, yeah, he should have been able to spot out both Jannis, Kannes and Katja. But yeah, big HP bulk in the middle. All those 279s here, uncontested in the middle area. You can see a bit of a similar setup here as we were seeing with the double STRV for Trick. They decided to bring a Leopard and 2 Chieftains for sniping purposes, and obviously the first layer here, the EBR, that is now getting pushed by the 907s. Shocker, I'm not sure if he's intended to be that late, but he's a bit late. 5 and the other 907 reached that already, but Hannes staying strong there, outspotting all of those tanks. Still hasn't received any blind shots, which is a bit surprising, considering that there are that many tanks in the back.
Oh, finally, they're starting to blind it. So far, no hits though. Shocker was the first one to do a shot there. Now, finally, 5 moving up. This prompts Hannes into leaving, obviously. And yeah, 1-2 line getting taken here by Beyond, sort of, yeah, uncontestedly. Now 5 keeps pushing. There were a lot of shots coming in from the 279s from the middle, none really connecting, but there comes the second salvo, decimating him, taking him out of the game, kicking him immediately to the garage. So yeah, this 1-2 line push, so far it resulted in a fatality on the Beyond side, and that's sort of it. And you can see the Beyond tanks that are behind Lemming, Tina Tryhard, what a name, they're sort of second guessing themselves. They're already turned to maybe run away or even drive away. Old King's now coming with his 279 to reinforce the 1-2 line hold. And
yeah, and
yeah,
also
Raid,
Ricochet, he came from the A6 position. He's the now 3rd chieftain on top of the 279 holding this set. Old King's also looks like he's using a turbo. I can quickly take a look at this yet. Oh, he's not using a turbo. He's actually using config and stabilizer. I guess that is fine as well. But yeah, Raid continuing.
that's Wittmann noises right there.
Raid continuing with their 2k HP advantage, plus now being a tank up. Destroyer has still not been spotted, so usually the situation in the city is that if you want to push, you're going this way and not this way, because all this can be shot by tanks that are positioned here, tanks that are positioned under, or even here. So the CS might not even get spotted, and we could end up with a situation where Destroyer will then turn his back towards this area and put in shots into the back of the blue tanks pushing in there. But before we continue theory crafting, Princess and Benny is already moving out here. He has been spotted by Hannes, 300
Ooh, big
HP
hit.
left. And I guess he survives that one. But I'm not sure if he will be able to tell that Hannes is in the bush there, because it could also be...
Okay. Ooh, he was perma spotted. He didn't know, and
yep.
Lacking this crucial information made him pay the ultimate price. I mean, yeah, that push by Hannes is very, very cheeky to be taken. Some shots now whizzing past him, but I think those are more aimed at the 279. No,
I'm not
no,
sure.
I think they're blinding it. There comes the second DBR to try and chase him out. He succeeds in doing that, but yeah, he's not going to find Hannes. Just outplayed.
Yeah, so Hannes in his
Missed shot.
Hannes in his 2 versus 3. So he started with 3 versus 2 and now he is 3 versus 1. And the EBR advantage is even bigger for Raid now after Monster took another shot. So the EBR from Beyond is down to 455 HP, while the triple EBR from Raid has still 885. So Rush is now being pulled towards the middle. Looks like he will be supported by a lot of tanks gathering there. Mystery Bob, Lucas, Albert, Shorty, Scarf, everyone is, joining this. I don't want to call it push. So far it's only a hold. And I don't really want to have it becoming a push if you consider that those are 6 hull down 279. Some of them are even angled up. And it's not like they're
I guess Beyond is trying to overpower the two, or the plan was, we lost the EBR advantage. We now need to do something, but yeah, now exactly it's happening. The problem, the 279s in the middle, they have the positions above the chieftains. They can peek with impunity. Yes, there's some damage being traded back, but you can just see the 279s on the higher ground with the heat shooting onto the chieftains below them. It's just, it's not even a fight. It's a slaughter at this point. The tactic by Raid just, I don't think there was any point in time in which there really was a possibility for Beyond to break through anywhere. They recognized they couldn't keep pushing 1-2 because it was being covered too well. They couldn't really push City. They're even getting pushed out of it, and now it's just a cleanup here. And yeah, they're basically wiping the floor here with the remainders of the Beyond team, as sad as it is to see.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see that the HP advantage from the beginning was just growing and growing, and all those 279s that are positioned there angled up, it's so hard to push them, especially with the leopards and the CS in the flank. So they gave it a good try. They weren't like completely without any ideas, so they successfully implemented the push onto the one line, but then got stuck there. So they took, I guess, B1, but couldn't really take the complete western flank. And in the end, Raid was just too strong. 18,000 HP left.
I mean, the only kill that actually happened for the side of Beyond was the last EBR ramming the Leo 1 to death. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a 2-0 for Raid over Beyond. I guess not much of a surprise, but still, battles have to be won. So yeah, as you can see, I will quickly put it here. The other games will start now as well. So we have the final of Group 1 and 2, fought between Storm and Viter and Trick and the Fist team of Tilt. Keep in mind, Hive representing 3PX and Invil, obviously representing Invil, are already in the group stage. One thing to consider, I saw a lot of activity in the Raid team being led by Destroyer. He was playing the last tournament with the Hive team. Same as Smiley, who is now, again, part of the leading staff of the Raid team. So we might actually see Raid being pretty strong this tournament. What are your thoughts on all the Fame imports into the Hive team? I saw like Shockish, Reaction, Niall, Rishik.
Now, I was going to say that importing Fame players into your team is never a bad thing, but then you suddenly started talking about sign-ups, so not sure what to think anymore.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
But yeah, first of all, Beyond against Tilt, we are in for what might be the last game in between both of those. And we are seeing a pretty chieftain-heavy lineup, WBR, 1 STB to go with it. On the map, that is going to be Live Oaks. Beyond is going to defend first.
Yeah, I guess that's the final lineup. Double STB and double EBR. Going for the EBR comparison again, we can see Hannes on 2.6k spotting and 2.2k damage versus 1.8k damage and 1.4k spot. So yeah, the triple EBR of Hannes again succeeding over the double EBR of Beyond. Let's see what Raid will bring here for Live Oaks. Also, do you think that Raid is playing their best strats right now already, especially when they're winning 2-0 in this match? Or
I don't think so. Like, I wouldn't imagine them doing that. Also, there is still some time to go towards the tournament. I think they're counting with qualifying. So they will they will still also have some trainings ahead of them to develop new tactics. I don't think they're showing everything they got at the moment against a nominally weaker enemy.
Okay.
But yeah, let's hop down into the game. It is Raid attacking with WBR 1CS 22279 Rest Chieftains. Beyond, we already mentioned it, WBR, double STB, and Rest Chieftains.
Yeah, Hannes getting some support now. Lemisaurus, Sandros, mounting another half an EBR there.
Yeah, the Saurus guys are already out of the qualifier, Phil.
Yep. And yeah, very, very standard beginning stuff. So one EBR being sent towards the north, one towards the east. Lemmy will probably find out what Monster is doing there. Monster not getting a timing on Lemmy, missing his shot. Everyone missing their shots.
Oof, not a single shot of damage taken here by Lemisandros. That is certainly something to be improved, although Lemisandros there with a Monka steer through the building, shots not connecting
How
left,
is he
right, and
still full
center.
HP?
I guess he is like Barry. He is, or he is rather unlike Barry. He is still full HP, and now the raid team, they have recognized what's happening, that there is basically a city commitment by the defending side of Beyond. So now they're sending tanks back. They're taking the C6 position. They're going to do that with some 279s, some chieftains, but I would imagine they will also take the A line to repush that. Meanwhile, the city obviously getting taken by Beyond. But yeah, you can just see that worm of tanks from the raid team just encroaching up onto the city. They're going to get crossfired, yes, but they have the numbers advantage, because if you take a look at the southwest, there's 4 chieftains plus an STB plus an EBR completely out of game. This is a crazy overmatch by the raid team here at the moment.
Yeah, you can see Ricochet and Aladdin now directly bringing the pain towards Shorty. Albert trying to get some cover behind him, but even if Shorty dies and provides him with a hull down, Ricochet and Aladdin have very elevated positions there. Plus, there's Timmy and the EBR, providing some crossfire. Aladdin took another shot for his trouble, but yeah, let's take a look at the push that is coming there. The 279s rolling into the city, Scarf being completely run over. Lemming Puma 1 will be the next one to fall. And well, the Davai management is having a nice nickname. He's not really having a nice position there. Lemming Tina Tryhard survives the cross over the street. But yeah, Beyond already down in tanks, 4-0 tanks, and also down in HP. Right now, it's more of a cleaning up of the city before planning the next step. Maybe Magnus or Smiley can help with Willem there. Good shot by Smiley. 4k HP advantage now. The only saving grace is the Princessin Benny EBR in the middle. That gives them some kind of control, but I guess Lemmy will approach that right now as well.
And with a third of the team of Beyond already eliminated, Princessin Benny trading it out in the middle here against Lemmy. But yeah, the problem is the cascade effect is starting to push into effect. No guns yet gone for the side of of Raid. Just
you
as I
cast
say that,
Jackiffer.
yeah, unlucky for him. I guess it was his poor internet connection. But yeah, the cascade effect, it's just overwhelming. Good stuff by Raid. I don't know why the Beyond team decided to split up so much. The 4 chieftains that were in the south that didn't have any impact just enabled Raid even further to just slaughter the people in the city with impunity. Yes, they were taking some damage, but if you take a substantial amount of guns out of the game, then that doesn't even matter. And yeah, we see 5 tanks of Beyond still remaining in the game, still remaining in the tournament. But that is not going to be for long, as crossfires are happening everywhere, and the only question to be answered remains: which of the tanks is going to drop last? Probably Lucas. By the inch of a second, I was correct.
Yeah, I guess that closes in the first final here. Raid being the 3rd team, securing their slot in the group after the 2 invited teams of Hive and Invil.
By the way, I think if we don't show Tilt versus Trick, then chat is going to riot.
I guess then we are showing Viter versus... Wait, what? Oh, we actually have perfect timing for that, so I will quickly do this. I will put this and Trick. Wrong color. Okay, so it looks like Tilt is leading right now, 1-0 on Fisherman's Bay. And Storm's game hasn't finished. It started at 48 minutes ago, so there are 2 more minutes plus the countdown time to run through. Let's take a quick look at the lineup here. Looks a bit similar to their attack battle at the beginning. Kriya in the STRV, couple of 279s, couple of chieftains, double EBR. But yeah, let's jump right into the game. Trick versus Tilt, second round of Fisherman's Bay.
And once again, another team from the Tilt clan here with a very, very heavy 279 lineup. My best guess is they probably trained against each other, so maybe we will see sort of the same thing. That being said, there is a 1-1B, normally known for DPM and also high pen countering the 279s, of which there are not that many in the Trig lineup. However,
5.
Kreia with his beloved STRV once again. I think this is sort of a fitting end to the stream, as we started it with Trick and STRVs, and we're sort of, in the last match now. Yeah, we do see actually Tilt not going towards the middle with their 279s. They're opting for the 1-2 line, or no, actually reversed. Tilt going to the middle with the 279s and Trig going towards the 1-2 line.
You can see the STRV taking aggressive position to cover Miheska there in his EBR. Gonzi should get spotted doing that run and should be a bit more in the open than Miheska now, but he's using the ridgeline to get some cover, staying on full HP, while obviously the push is coming. The blue wave here of Chieftain, Kunik, Pipi, Exo, Spiller and Onk pushing into the 1-1B, and we will need to see, and I guess they will need to see if they can just push out the 1-1B there without having a similar situation as in the Beyond game, where you're pushing into a gigantic crossfire. Also, the thing to notice is that there are some destructible buildings. I will mark them in green now. So basically this one.
That's yellow, not green.
And one is there. I think you're colorblind. And
come on, bro.
And Tilt has destroyed them already. So in the raid game, you saw that several shots had to be used to destroy those buildings while crossfiring, and you can see here all those buildings are destroyed. There are clear shots, and yeah, if the push should be coming from Trick there, it will be very expensive for them.
And this is sort of the same defense that we saw by the raid team, except the 8-9 line is not really being taken by some 279s. One is being sent towards the city as we speak. But yeah, I don't really see an opportunity to push the 1-2 line for Trick here, even though they have a lot of forces. They are retracting tanks now, but the problem is once you start crossing that C1, B1 territory, then all of the 279s in the middle, they do like 1 or 2 salvos, which really, really hurt when you push the 1-2, and then the 279s from middle just counter push the middle themselves, and then whatever happened in the 1-2 line doesn't matter anymore.
Apparently Viter is leading the game against Storm 1-0.
Was champ?
Maybe we will see another Barbarian stream on Saturday. But yeah, I guess now we will have to wait until Trick decided what exactly they want to do. If they want to approach via the eastern flank that they have like partially pushed so far already.
What are you showing right now?
That's all good. It's not visible on the stream.
Oh, okay.
It was just because I used the Tilt logo already for the raid team that I had to rename the file now to have it visible again for the Tilt team as well. You know, production quality.
Absolute. Crazy.
But yeah, we have a bit of a stalemate in here. You can see at the bottom there is a rotation with the chieftains here going towards the city. It looks like it's unspotted. There's only one EBR on the side of Tilt, not the triple Hannes EBR. And Hannes was basically sitting here in this bush and was able to spot out everything that is being moved towards the city. And now we can see the 279 Pika pulled back immediately, and he should be able to put in good shots there without being completely pushed over. Also, Pika Turbo in the wrong slot. Swipman would not agree with that.
Maybe he doesn't have completely the field mods yet, so it wouldn't matter.
Well, is that a good excuse?
I don't know. But I guess
either
we
he's
can
not
point at him, whatever.
Either he is not well prepared, or he is stupid. So, I guess.
I mean, it's Pika, so probably both at the same time.
Yeah.
Pika.
Yeah, so Kreia is basically watching only 4 tanks now. He has 1 279 directly in F5 in the middle, 1 directly behind him, 1 on D1, 1 on E1, and all the rest of the tanks are now spreading out here. You can see some
Sylvester, by the way, got spotted by Pika and took a shot, and that's why we're seeing this rotation of 279s. 2 of them, Mato and KP, are getting rotated out of the middle to reinforce the eastern part of the map for the defending team. My goodness, I've talked too much today already. But yeah, it's going to be difficult for Trick to push here. They're running out of time. They can basically do half more of a rotation, and then they need to somehow engage. How you would engage onto this many 279s in the middle of the map with the higher ground? Ask me something easier.
So
I don't know.
I have a suggestion.
The Centurion Action X is not a viable suggestion.
Basically, that right now, Tilt is having heavy focus on this part and this part. So what you want to do is you want to leave those vehicles out of combat, put all your tanks here, and push at the same time into this while you're pushing on this side.
They
so
don't even know about the 9-line 279s.
yeah, they don't know. They do know because Pika was shooting from there.
Yeah, they only know about Pika,
Well,
but no one else.
mean, you have to go for some risks at some point. So what you're trying to do is you're pushing with those vehicles into that.
I think they're doing that now, but to be honest, if you take a look at the minimap, Tilt is reacting well. Kreia getting Gonzi here, so first kill of the game, going the way of Trig, and now the push is coming in into the middle. The 279s cannot really punish the 1-2 line. I don't think the 1-2 line push by Trig is going to succeed. Actually, just as I say that, a lot of shots raining over towards the 1-2. The engagement so far not really happening in the middle, and that is enabling all the Tilt tanks to shoot onto the 1-2 line to support their tanks there. It seems like a firm hold from what I can tell right now. And yeah.
Horse bounced his shot onto Kunik. Kunik should have the reload now. Fly B. I guess.
Fly. Oh, what was that peak, Kunik?
I don't know. Maybe he was expecting heat and I don't know. But yeah, Manfred also a very strong position still up there. 2 minutes left and the repush is happening from the side of Tilt here, Killer Pit, J Grave, and the remaining 279s are pushing in. Slight HP advantage still. And yeah, you can see guns being evened out now, even Tilt in a bit of an advantage as File is still not down. Okay, now I caster cursed him. But yeah, you can see 2 heavy tanks holding still on the B1 position. Kreia tried to support, I guess it wasn't enough. And with only 1 minute 15 left and 3k HP disadvantage, I don't think that this will have another ending than a win for Tilt.
I think you might be correct in your assessment here. 1 minute to go. And most of the HP that Trig have is still on Kreia here in the SRB on the 1-2 line. He's moving towards the 279 to maybe secure one more kill. But yeah, the middle firmly being held by the tanks of the Tilt Fists. And with only 3 tanks remaining for Trig, I think they're just trying to, give themselves time to think a bit more.
I think the only one, there are 2 people in the team that actually have fists. And that is Gonzi and Koma. So for all the others, it's more the hope of getting some than
Opium
than them having some already. But yeah, I mean, the time will probably run out before the EBR will be killed, but that doesn't matter that much if you're on the attacking side.
Manfred taking one more by Mehechke. Kreia here down to 513, but finally we are left with a defeat for the side of Trig, which means Tilt or Tiltfists are putting themselves up on a match point here immediately after map 1.
Yeah. Also, one thing that Isa just mentioned in the chat is that this is basically a full Tilt versus half Tilt team, as the Haichatok players that are currently playing in Trig were before in Tilt. So Marches, Danny, Kunik, and some of the others were basically Tilt players. Yes, until yesterday.
Mm.
So a lot of Tilt power coming through here.
All right, what are the other results? So yeah, Vitor with a somewhat surprising victory in game 1 over Storm.
Actually, that is that's an attack victory on Fisherman's Bay for Vitor. So maybe they actually go for a 2-0 Fisherman's Bay and have triple match point then. We will see.
And then possibly a remontada. Shall see. First of all, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. We can take a sneak peek at the lineup that Trig will be playing into game number 3. Obviously, no room for any slip-ups anymore. They need to win every single game from now on, and they're trying to do so with double EBR. What seems to be like 6 chieftains so far, and 6 279s, and PP still undecided.
I mean, we saw a couple of Live Oaks battles already. I would say this is a pretty heavy lineup for Live Oaks, especially if you want to contest the city. It's not only about how many, well, brawly, strong heavy tanks you have, but also how fast you can take the important positions. But yeah, looks like PP decided that he will play the Leopard 1. Now the lineup is completed. We have 6 279s, 6 chieftains, 1 leopard, and double EBR. I would say a bit of a heavier setup, but yeah, you could just see at the match between Storm and Viter, we have a 1-1 score, leading to at least 2 more games.
Let's hope the first one of those is super slow so that we can see at least their game number 4. All right. Tilt against Trig. Tilt on the attacking side. We didn't know their lineup yet. It's WBR, double 279, and rest is chieftains.
Yeah, Siki and Gonzi and the EBRs, both of them participated in the EBR races, so I hope they will be well prepared here.
Is Live Oaks an EBR race map? I don't think so, right?
No, but I mean, driving around in the EBRs a lot will help you to get some good idea of the grip on different ground and jumping over certain kind of shapes and so on.
Are you saying Übung macht den Meister?
I think practice helps.
Practice
always.
makes perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so city commitment by both of the teams, at least what seems like it. WEBR being sent southwards here for Trig. Only 1 EBR south, 1 EBR north here for Tilt. It's Gonzi in the north here, and Asani for Trig. One of them in the south. They're going to find Siki, who is trying to be sneaky in the bushes, but does get spotted out, so should probably bail here as soon as he confirms the presence of the second EBR, which I'm not sure he has done yet. That all being said and done, it's going to be a city brawl, and the Tilt tanks, they're trying to secure that A-line for themselves. They're not taking any damage on the cross so far. Mato taking 1 shot, but that was so easy. That was such a cheap cross from them. Like, they didn't pay anything for that, and now they have really good positions. Ock, the first one to get focused out here. Magic and Ebish, they're trying to put in their shots, so Obosh, the first one to fall. Now comes in the repush with the 279s from the side of Trig. It's going to be interesting how that one plays out, and obviously in the smaller city, Tilt is responding with a repush there as well. Magic is going to be the first one to drop for the team of Tilt.
Yeah, I mean, the HPs are pretty much even still, and now you could see the second tank dropped from the side of Tilt. Non-mistake in Silvestro, they focusing out Mato now. March is still on full HP. Kriya is still alive on a one-shot, and it doesn't look that bad in the city area for the team of Tilt.
Oh, Samu just got his head clean blown off in the 279, minus 1400 HP. Probably not running config as well there. And yeah, meanwhile, in the small city, the trades are ever so slightly going in favor of the team of Tilt. There is 2 two-shot 279s remaining there. Manfred now in a dire spot does drop here. Radio Primate getting set on fire, and this is going to secure his demise. Bunter taking a shot by March is probably also going to drop soon, and the fight in the little village that I called to be over actually isn't. It is the 279s. They're barely holding on to dear life, but still, yeah, actually Trig pulling ahead here in HP, pulling ahead with guns, and it seems like we're not going to see a clean sweep.
Yeah, Killer Pit should be the next one to drop. Exo pushing in there, enemies dropping all around him. Tilt on only 3 vehicles left. Horse there, he was sitting there on full HP in his chieftain. taking over the other side of the map, but yeah, that HP that he has is not really helping anymore. So even though he puts Asani on fire, this game will be a trick victory and potentially the start of a comeback.
Mm-hmm. We'll see with the remontado, which I mentioned earlier. If it's going to happen, obviously Live Oak's pretty defense-sided, so taking a defensive victory here, as I'm not gonna say easy, but like as it just came to Trig, it might be coming to to Tilt as well. So we'll have to see. But yeah, first match point avoided for the side of Trig. Now they just need to do that 2 more times.
Yep. Yeah, I loaded the mod with hundreds of teams, so my garage is taking a moment to update. But yeah. Did you see a score already on the other game? No, it looks like
Nope.
it's still a 1-1 between Storm and Viter. So, yeah, best case, we will be able to see first 2 more games here and then the last remaining game between the finalists of Group 1. But yeah, Live Oaks second round now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, suddenly when there's not that many games anymore, there's not that much to talk actually in the breaks between the games.
I'm just thinking, if Marches has 11 pen shots and 5.2k damage, then he also had a fire or an Amarak.
Maybe, no, it was one of the Trig players getting Amarak, right?
That was Samu.
Samu?
You can see he has full penetrations and...
Then I guess some fire or pretty good rolls.
Bunter 7 shots fired, 7 shots hit, and 4k damage, so he was the benefactor of this Amarak. But yeah, I guess we will save our voice for a moment, and we will then be...
Wait, can you boost the Camonet of the STRV, or did I just understand Svit wrong in the chat? Can't, right? It has firepower slot.
Well, I mean, the STRV starts with a firepower slot, but the question is which secondary slots you can...
What does Camonet count as? Spotting equipment?
Yeah, exactly.
So the question, there we go. Storm with the 2-1 over Vita now, turning it into Vita's faces. So if we are unlucky, we're not gonna have more games after this one. Then again, first of all, Tilt needs to win their next round if we should even jump over to somewhere else.
Yeah, I guess the Vita players are now not happy about Step Pro Barbarian coming in and ruining their final game.
And Luko. Okay, for the side of Tilt, we have a Manticore, an EBR, a 907, a CS, 1279, and the rest is 10 Chieftains. And I don't think we mentioned the Trig lineup already. Double EBR, double 907. Then we have a plethora of 279s, 5 of them, and the rest is also Chieftain.
Yeah, taking a look at the EBR setups here, you can see Iseni going for full spotting setup, while his buddy driving directly in front of him, being equipped with a gun rammer. So sending the one with a big gun in front of you is always a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly, also, Trig is deciding to double the southern side from each side here with their EBRs. Siki already taking some damage for his troubles, but he is going to confirm the presence of, I think, both EBRs. That doesn't really help in the northern part of the map because they have a Manticore, which is getting sent to a spotting bush, which I think we saw already today, which did not get blinded out completely. Yeah, Gonzi is sort of in the same position. He now felled a tree.
Yeah, I mean, he felled 3 trees in total, so I guess that will
and
be...
then he goes to sit in the grasses, so
Yeah.
in the bushels.
So yeah, City being successfully taken over by Trick now. Trick has to decide if they want to either repush, I will quickly mark it on the minimap, repush this side. You can see right now 3 chieftains were taking there. I'm not sure if the CS was even spotted or if they want to push like this. But yeah, we can take a look at what the CS is doing. I guess that's not Manfred, but...
Ooh. Look at the minimap though, like right now, the basically Trick is preparing for a push in the south, but there are a lot of chieftains to basically
maybe
yeah,
they
take
will,
advantage of them.
they will just wait in the dip there and wait for Trick Tilt to push in or something, because they cannot really expect this to be a successful push. I mean, you can see Picard and J-Grave are having amazing crossfire positions, and Bunter, Horse, Skirpy, and Radio, they're just basically layer by layer defending. I don't think that's anyhow pushable.
Yeah, it's not pushable. I don't think so.
I mean, I don't think it's pushable in either direction, but Trick is the one that has to make the move.
So Kilopit just took a shot in his 279. Not sure if that one was blind.
Let's directly take a look at that and blame him if he did any mistake.
No mistakes that I can see, even regarding the equipment, except why would you have rations on 4?
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure a mistake.
What? Oh, God, no.
Yeah, I mean,
Why?
Killer Pit officially disqualified from the tournament. Tilt will continue with 14 players this game.
Bonk. Alright, C3 1279 non-mistake is getting sent up now by the side of Trick, probably to take the spot of Ice Sunny, who is doing spot rounds there at the moment. And
he might actually... he was too slow. He could have had a shot onto Siki there, but now Siki pulled back, so they're aware of the 279. And yeah, I guess we will sooner or later see Tilt, using their remaining 6 minutes to go back and potentially push this way. But yeah, you can see there's same level of layer defense here again. So you have the 279 and the Chieftain. You have some tanks here in the back, and obviously all those tanks can be positioned here and here again. So won't be that easy to push either. Especially as the 279 here was spotted by Siki, so they know that there is something coming. But yeah, 5.5 minutes left. I would say that gives about 2 rotations, maybe only 1.5 if they're late for the side of Trick. But it looks like they're using the 279 more as a bait, trying to get some attention there. You can see they were somewhat successful with that, because the Trick tanks now,
it's good for Ice Sunny that you didn't
here.
capture him driving into the building, by the way.
I mean, as long as he's not out in the open, I guess that's fine. But yeah, what I was saying is that non-mistake, he got some attention, and all the red tanks shifted a bit towards the western side. So taking a look at the previous situation, we had a lot of tanks here, here, and here. But now, yeah, you can see we're directly coming back. Only 4 tanks basically out of the game for Trick, while we have 7 tanks out of the game for Tilt, but it will still be a very expensive push.
It will be an expensive push, and the fact that EXO is willing to trade away HP right now should give some sort of information towards the Tilt team. Basically, something's about to happen, something is a brew, and indeed, we do see the March of the Elephants, or hippos coming in. They are all at the red line here, and they are going to take a lot of punishment from the tanks that are set up to deal with exactly this. You can see the shells just raining into the trig tanks as they are trying to cover the ground in between them and the enemy tanks. All of the tilt tanks, they're hull down, and the problem for the 279s is that now they're angling downwards, so it's even easier pens. And 4k HP advantage, and the chieftains, they're in the hold down positions in the southeast corner of the map. I don't think they're in too much danger of getting over pushed here. Kreia taking a lot of damage, and I think they even have the superior angles and the superior guns. So the tilt tanks, except for Radio Primate, they can just do whatever they want here. Bunter now also needs to be careful, but I think Horsefly and Skirpy should be able to pull this.
I don't agree with what Horse is doing there, because it's not that one already. So Horse somewhat throwing away his tank, Unic carefully pulling back. Now Skirpy, lucky that it was only a 907 shot that hit his track there. If he would have been tracked there a bit earlier, that could have ended not in a nice way. But yeah, you can see Manfred in his nearly full HP 907 pushing in now as well. And that HP advantage that was already pretty big is now even getting bigger and bigger. The superior
Jesus
amount of
Christ seems to be on their side. But yeah, tanks now dropping left and right here for Trig. I think they sort of know what time it is. It is the time to admit defeat and go in and sacrifice their tanks. So hopefully we can get to see one more game, if that even happens, in the match in between Storm and Vitor. First of all, Vita obviously needs to get the equalizer on the board here. But Tilt in this final here, not missing a beat, really. Strong performance from them. Trig, obviously, also with a good showing. Make no mistake about that. But in the end, Tilt just overpowering them, as we are left with a, by now, familiar sight of a 279 hull with something on top missing. But yeah, not that this MRAC would have made any kind of difference. But I think this picture sums the stream today up pretty well.
Meheske doesn't want to die. He wants to be the last picture here.
I mean, it's a tank with the turret still on top. It's not as exciting. Okay, so the only question that remains is, do we get to see a tiebreaker in between Storm and Vitor or not? Congratulations, obviously, to Raid and Tiltfist for making it to group stage already, where Hive and Invil are waiting. Obviously the shuttles for who gets to play in which group will be done on Saturday after the second day of qualies.
We can quickly take a look at when the previous game ended. So it was at 09. Now it's 10 minutes later, 3 minutes break. So I guess it should end within the next 2 minutes. What do you think about all the new additions that were happening between this and the previous clan rivals? I guess from the previous one to this one, the VZ55 was added, if I'm not mistaken.
I guess we didn't see it a lot today because we didn't see a lot of Cliff. Teams tend to use that tank a lot on Cliff.
I think we had Axel with 2 of them on Sand River.
On Sand River, but it didn't work out.
And I guess the other addition for this Clan Showdown tournament is Fisherman's Bay, which we actually were able to spectate quite a lot.
I think the problem there was that basically the teams we saw there, at maximum one of the teams on Fisherman's knew the meta of the 279's middle. If they had actually bothered watching RU streams from before, where they have been playing the map quite a lot, then they would know that basically without the middle you're not going to win.
Yep. So we will be waiting for the result of Storm versus Viter now. And
I guess while we're waiting, you can sort of go through the tournament tree or something, just for passing the time.
yeah, I guess summing up what we were. Let me quickly change the scene that we were watching today. So right now you can see this is the final here. Storm versus Viter. Current score is 1-2. Tilt Fists won against Trick 3-1. That was the match that we just saw. And yeah, after Beyond won 3-0 against Pearl, they were wiped from the map, facing Raid 3-0. So that means Raid is already in the group stage. Tilt Fists is already in the group stage.
And we're not going to have a last game to spectate. Congratulations to Storm, aka the Polish teams, together with some Legionnaires, making it through the qualifiers fairly convincingly to basically give us 3 teams that are going to join the popcorn munching until Sunday, when they will have to play again.
Yeah, with all that being said, 5.5 hours of stream in. We wish all of you a great evening. We might be back on Saturday. We will probably be back on Sunday, if not, well, already on Saturday. We will now rate someone. Thanks everyone for watching. Have a great evening and see you.